Drop it!
Welcome to the verse, fellow commandos, and oh god, see, I feel like a shill for Star Citizen, but all these terms have been co-opted by Chris Roberts and the Snake Oil Cabal. But I'm here tonight with my good boy Hati Boogie. How are you, sir? And Miss Eve is here as well. Tell the nice people to fuck off.
Fuck off.
And Cicero's whining in the background. So we are we're gonna play. I finally I've talked about it several times and had it requested several times. You guys have asked for me to play the original Wing Commander, because like the first Wing Commander game was like a life-changing experience for me. This game came out, like, some context first. This game came out in 1990. Its only real peers at the time were, of course, Elite. Before that, although Elite is really more of a space trading game, it's not like a pure it's not like a pure space sim. And then, of course, a fantastic game that everyone should play called Space Rogue, which was like part space trading game, part space sim, had like a cinematic edge to it, but it was almost more of an outer space open world RPG kind of a thing, and that was made single-handedly by Paul Neurath, the founder of Looking Glass Studios. So Wing Commander is sort of the culmination of this push in like computer gaming in the late 80s and so forth, where we were really moving into a more like simulator space and moving that into sort of a sci-fi context. So Wing Commander, and I think honestly this game is really important for how much, for good or ill, it pushed us in a more cinematic direction. This was pre-Kojima. I mean, pre-Metal Gear Solid Kojima anyways, because the early Metal Gear games aren't that cinematic. This game had full cutscenes. You'll see as we play. And of course, it had branching story paths, which I really appreciate. You not only got a cinematic experience, but you got a slightly different experience depending on how you played the game. So all these things were really ahead of their time. Whatever has happened with Chris Roberts
1776 will commence again.
Whatever has happened with Chris Roberts since, and we can debate that. I've certainly made videos about what's going on with Star Citizen. I am a fan of Chris Roberts because of games like this, and I'm a fan of Wing Commander and always will be. And by the way, for all the people who hate consoles, it was the console version I played originally. It was actually the Super Nintendo version.
Right.
Which really isn't bad. This is really not half bad. So let's go ahead and tear into this. Hopefully the volume is not deafening. I tried to...
Yeah, we did a few tests.
Yeah, I tried to make it a little bit more tolerable, so you'll have to really be on top of it and let me know.
Yeah.
All right, folks, you guys ready for some Wing Commander? Because I sure as shit am. This, of course, is available on GOG. I got the whole collection. So I have every Wing Commander game. We can play any Wing Commander game here tonight. But we're going to start right at the beginning. How's she looking and sounding? It's crazy, too, this game. I have a joystick that's only a couple of years old or so. I think it's like this design is a year old. And this game from 1990 works with my joystick. I fucking love that.
Man, classic Origin.
Oh, yeah. Well, Origin is one of the launching points for Looking Glass, Ion Storm, Irrational Studios, all those sort of developers that pushed PC gaming into that visionary space in the late 90s and early 2000s. That all kind of starts with Origin. And sadly, today it is used as the title of the shitty service that nobody fucking uses for EA. It has been subjected to a shambling undeath.
We're sounding pretty good so far.
Okay, it sounds good. It's not too deafening.
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, God. Nom flashbacks from the asteroid fields. Now, did you ever play the original Wing Commander games, Ben?
No, I did not.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start out here. I thought I had a save. This emulator's a little weird. In that I'm not sure it's remembering my saves, or I might have to change something about my directories. Maybe my directories changed and that's the problem. I have no idea, but we'll go ahead and start from the beginning because it doesn't really matter. For the purposes of this playthrough, we will just start at the beginning. And it's pretty straightforward. It works like any old simulator, and wow, I died real quick, didn't I? All right, and of course this is just Top Gun in space is the idea. So you literally have Iceman here, just in case, not to put too fine a point on the obvious Top Gun in space comparison.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Right! So of course, we've seen this a million times. You have it on X-Wing, you have it really in, I mean, it's hilarious. This game and so many others, including MechWarrior, honestly. All these games kind of drew from the same well. And so you have these bar segments where you can talk to anybody and check the pilot scores. And everybody's got an archetypal ethnic accent. Bonjour, Lieutenant. You are called Razor, no? On our recent encounters with the Kilrathi.
Yeah. In between every sentence.
The Dralthi is the Kilrathi fighter seen most in this sector, so I'll be wasting it an awful lot. It looks like a fucking frisbee with an engine attached. 1.4 missiles are required to destroy the Dralthi. I hope this information is useful to you, Lieutenant. Seems like that would be something we would want to bring up in a briefing, not over booze. Ugh, laddie, take a seat and tilt a glass with old Paladin! Get in my belly! He looks kinda like a baby. I recall once when I was just a lieutenant like yourself there, we were flying patrol over the record, the fourth planet in the Alliance system. These 4 Kilrathi Salthi came zooming in with the sun at their backs. The sun at their backs. What is the point, monsieur? This game is just collecting bad accents. And if you don't think I'm going to perform every single bad accent, you're mistaken.
Paladin McCandlestash.
Yes, that is a fierce mustache. It's got something to do with the way your engines and ducts are arranged, so when you tail a Salthi, watch to the left. They always turn left? That's where he'll go when he makes his break. I eat because I'm fat, and I'm fat because I eat. It's a vicious cycle. All right. Stuck to shot glass. Belly on up, friend, and take a load off. You must be Razor. I'm Shot Glass. Welcome aboard the Claw. Used to be a pilot myself till the flea bag shot me up so bad I couldn't fly. Whoa. So you want to know one pilot or another? Okay. Stop by when you're off duty and we'll talk more. Okay, so we go to the barracks, and of course you can check your medals, which I have a whole lot of jack shit. Well, that's not true. I have some nice little... I have the little fucking winger logo there. That's nice. And you can save your campaign, which you probably won't remember anyways. Okay, and exit to DOS. Those were the days. And pretty simple. You just go in the mission hangar and they... Again, this is very cinematic, like, you know, however dated it seems now. This is very cinematic stuff for 1990. And in Wing Commander 2, it goes even farther. You actually have full voiced cutscenes.
We'll get Wing Commander again one day.
Well, I mean, Squadron 42 sounds like it's just going to be Wing Commander 6. Right. Which is, if they had just kickstarted that, and that is a manageable goal, a completely linear space sim in 2009 when that game was fucking announced. Can you believe that? If that had been the stated goal, no, wait, it was 2012. Sorry, right? 2012 on that game, or am I thinking of Cyberpunk? No, Star Citizen was 2009, bro.
Really?
Or it was around that time. Am I crazy? Somebody
That
sent me...
sounds like too far.
It's so traumatic, I have literally put elements of Star Citizen out of my mind. It's so...
Cyberpunk was announced in 2012.
Yeah.
And we got the trailer in 2013.
No, we got the trailer in 2012 as well.
Really? I thought it was
right?
2013.
Or was it early? I think it may have been the very beginning of
Anyway,
2013.
it's been a fuck long time since we heard about Star Citizen. So,
But I think, honestly, if they had made that manageable goal of just a completely single-player space sim...
all I'm going to say is Duke Nukem Forever came out on top, okay? It looks pretty good.
Always
right about now.
So I'm flying with Spirit, it looks like, who is, I don't know, is she Japanese?
Are you Chinese or Japanese?
Heaven help me, I'm flying with a female Asian. Okay,
Speaking
so
of which,
a lot of the conventions of this genre start with this game. So the idea that you have nav points that you fly to, like pretty much every space sim since then, even to the present day, uses the whole nav point idea and even has the same hotkeys, which is pretty crazy to think about. I'll have to stew on the controls for a bit. You'll have to apologize me. You'll have to forgive me, rather, because
no, everyone apologize to him right now.
Yes, now. No, you'll have to forgive me because I'm gonna have to get my bearings on the controls. It's been a long while.
While you do that,
Fuck you!
Debonair Nerd
Flying
says,
Frisbee.
I saw your Trek video just today and noticed that your helmsman is none other than T-Boogie. Do you not know the dangers associated with women drivers?
Clearly not, because I'm flying with an Asiatic woman on my wing. Ah! Ah!
Pew, 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 pew.
Oh yeah, those old school pew pew sounds. I love it. Those are video game sound effects, folks.
9/11 was an inside job!
Was that? I don't remember that in the game.
Allahu Kirrathi Bar! Nice. Here we go.
Dustin Eaton.
Come on,
Thanks.
Spirit, pull your weight.
Thanks for your BattleTech intro. Really has me curious to explore the lore more in depth. Also,
Yeah.
if you like Armored Core and are looking at a Switch, I recommend Daemon Ex Machina. God effing speed. Yeah, I tried the demo, both demos of there. Excellent. It is basically just Armored Core.
And I don't think my joystick, I don't think my missile button is set for whatever reason. And this game, of course, is so old. I don't think there are customizable controls, so I would actually have to look up the controls on what the fuck the missiles would be set to. I think it's entered. But I didn't need missiles for that particular sorting.
Jesse Brent says, just watched your Picard rant. Fuck new Star Trek.
Indeed. And you do have autopilot, which is another thing that pretty much every space sim...
Needs.
Yeah, well, pretty
Should
much every
have.
space sim has today. The whole idea of autopiloting to another... Oh, no! Okay, slow
That's
down.
a great sentence.
Slow down, we can make it. Actually, I find it's almost better to just speed up through asteroid fields and then just every single time you see one coming toward you, just look away, and it kind of fakes it out. Because obviously these are 2D sprites. You know, there's some fuckery afoot with how this game is rendered. It's sort of a super FX chip kind of an idea. Actually, it's not even quite that advanced. But this was ahead of its time for the period. I mean, this game and like Space Lords, some other games of that era were
Lord Squirrel Show. So it looks like things are heating up in Virginia even more.
It does. They have crisis actors lined up.
Here's
with-
hoping it doesn't turn to bloodshed.
Did you see that, by the way?
What?
That casting call that was put out to, now I don't know what the context is, who knows, but they said calling people, and it just so happens to be on the day of the rally, on the 14th, to Virginia for live action role play, actors for live action role play of SWAT and paramilitary operations.
What?
Yeah, and I'm like, huh? you know, might be involved in violence was one of the things that was like, what? So that was a little weird. I don't know how accurate that is. I don't want to spread disinformation. Look into it yourself, but... No! Hold on. What is it? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Speaking
Javelin
of,
HS. I forget what the difference is between the missiles, but we're about to find out.
Speaking of guns and shit, finally got myself an AR-15.
Nice. Black Scary Rifle.
Yes. What attachments can you add to that? Dragon dildo?
Right? Double Dragon Donger. Okay, so like, I remember kind of the basics. Ooh, look at Spirit pulling her weight. Look at that one. Your wingmen are not completely useless except on escort missions. Then they're like, derp, derp, paste tastes good.
Fancy Pelosi says, Razor, watching The Blair, and I'm 13 years old again. Pretty sure Mark Hamill put more effort into the animated series than The Last Jedi.
You know, I know he's a fan. I do have to say, like, the moment, I always knew there was something going on with the development of Star Citizen, but the moment when I knew there was really some shit going on was when they were supposed to launch in late 2016. Boom! There we go, missile lock. They were supposed to launch in late 2016, and he revealed on his Twitter account that he was only recording dialogue in fall of 2016. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. For a game that's gonna come out in late 2016, yeah, that should still
Miller time.
It should still be recording dialogue.
That was Nikolai Berestov.
I'm going super fast. Okay, let's see if we can make it through the asteroid field going super fast.
Oh, God.
Yup.
Nikolai Berestov with a quick 15 saying, Aloha snack bar.
Hopefully we don't Allahu Akbar through this minefield, or this asteroid field. Oh, I think we're good. We're good. Going back to the Tiger's Claw.
Oh.
I subscribe to this world because like skincare and stuff, and you know how you have to hit the notification bell if you want to see her content? I couldn't turn on her notifications, and YouTube.
They wouldn't let you?
It wouldn't let me do anything. It wouldn't let me turn it all on. It wouldn't let me do certain videos. It wouldn't let me turn her on at all.
Wow.
That's interesting.
And it says something like I couldn't turn the notification bell because the content was for kids.
Oh, yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah, YouTube have been cracked down by the federal government, and yeah, there's some bullshit about videos aimed at kids. You actually have to declare now whether or not your videos are for children. Yep.
Well, kids are interested
Brave
in
New
makeup
World.
tutorials and all that.
Looks
so-
like you survived your first trip out. Here we go. Here's our very able pilot, Commander. It is an honor to fly on his wing.
Fancy Pelosi. Taryn, you can have your man card back,
4 of them!
but your first child must be named Geppetto.
Oh my god. She's the Japanese character is strumming away on a stringed instrument. Oh, I love this game. I love it. I just love it. Sorties. Oh, come on. I'm not at least above Maniac. If you can't get above Maniac in this game. The worst thing, like, people say, oh, Maniac's just a reckless pilot, but he's really good or whatever. Like, if you watch the shitty movie where he's played by, is it Matthew Lillard? Or whatever.
Yeah,
He's a great pilot, but he's reckless. No. Real Wing Commander fans know he's reckless and he's a shit pilot.
Yeah.
He's both of those things. Both of them.
Yeah, Shaggy is Maniac. I love that people call him Shaggy still.
It's true.
He's always gonna be Shaggy. That's what we need. We need another Wing Commander movie. TV's Mr.
Can
Neil.
I say an unpopular thing? I saw it on the first day it came out in theaters, and I thought it was great. And I still don't hate it. I think it's fine. It's just Top Gun in space. What
Yeah,
the fuck,
pretty
guys?
much.
Who cares? It doesn't have to be that serious.
I remember having no problems with it.
It's fine. It's whatever. Like, it's not one of my favorite movies or anything, but damn. Oh, okay, Hunter. What is he? Is he Australian? Because if he's Australian, then Chris Roberts is really...
The name's Hunter.
I think he's... Well, let's talk to Spirit. Konnichiwa, Rayborn son!
You fucking with me right now?
Baka na gaijin. Alright. You are doing quite well. Karana-sama is most pleased with your performance so far. There was no need to praise me before him, though, Honorable Second Lieutenant.
Oh my god.
Honorable.
Jesus. I thought you were making this shit up. I'm
I
looking
must-
at the fucking chat. No, that's what she's saying.
I must commit seppuku. Razor-sama.
I have to look over my fucking shoulder to see if you're making shit up.
I assure you that I speak what is in my heart.
Fucking crying over here.
The amount of times I let that woman die in my first playthroughs on this game. Because the thing about playing the console version is it has, like, you can imagine playing a computer game with all the hotkeys and everything condensed down to a gamepad.
Creep.
I had no idea that, like, for most of the controls, you had to hold down select and, like, hit a button or a combination of buttons sometimes. It was fucking weird. I couldn't figure out for the life of me how to communicate with the Tiger's Claw so I could land my fucking ship. All kinds of crazy shit. This is the kind of stuff, like, you just weren't told these things. If you rented the game at Blockbuster, you were just fucked.
TV's Mr. Neil.
You're Razor, right? They call me Hunter. Mate, good day. Sounds like you really mixed it up out there. Of course he's got a cigar. That's the way, isn't it, mate? Hunter's a badass, by the way. Just
needs
you
the
and
hat.
some airball twisting about trying to get a missile lock.
Needs the fucking hat.
Formations, uniforms, medals, wingmen. That's all sheep dip.
Needs the hat with the crocodile teeth in it. Yeah.
All a Bruce can count on out there is himself and his missiles. All a Bruce.
The fuck?
Chad. Hunter is a Chad.
Somebody needs to screen cap his ass and put him in the Australian meme.
What a stud. Wait, no. Okay, here we go. Save this campaign. There we go.
Real quick, TV's Mr. Neil. So the latest Shadowcast. There's an interview with Martin Grams Jr. on Radio Spirits from 2011, where he talks about the pre-Orson Welles Shadow radio show.
Yeah, I've actually been in...
1935.
Yeah, Martin Grams actually differs with the shadow historian Anthony Tollin on that. I asked Anthony Tollin specifically if there was a pre-Orson Welles shadow series that it featured the pulp version of the character, and he was like, no, that never happened, you have no idea what you're talking about. So Martin Grams was very, very thorough. If you read the Shadow radio show, or The Shadow: History and Mystery of the Radio Program, 1930 to 1954. Good book. It's a fucking tome. It's over 800 pages. But he's very, very thorough in that, so I think I'm more inclined to believe Martin Grams than anybody else. But yeah, that's what I was referring to in my Shadowcast.
He finishes, apparently they still exist, but they're not publicly available.
Yeah. Maybe knock out one more and then we'll jump in.
Sure. Fancy Pelosi. Razor, can we just hoist the black flag and start cutting throats yet? These politicians are just awful. They're just awful. Man,
Kids, you're both just terrible. Epsilon Wing is Razor in spirit. You'll be escorting... Oh no, an escort mission.
yay, escort missions.
Let's take a look at your flight plan.
Best ever in anything.
Your rendezvous with the transport upon launch. Escort it to nav point 1. Luckily, it's not a big escort mission. It's just 2 nav points and the Tiger's Claw.
Yeah, what could happen?
Oh, this is still awful, though. It's just awful.
What
Remember,
could go
your job
wrong?
is to make sure that transport jumps out. You have no idea how many times I failed this mission.
Oh my god. Well, we're about to see.
I
it,
don't
so-
want you leaving her to chase down bogeys. If the enemy retreats, you stay with the transport. Questions? Yes, sir. Why is Nav 1 so far out of the way? There's an asteroid field between the Tiger's Claw and the jump point. A fighter might navigate it, but a Drayman sport would never make it through. Anything else? All right, then. Let's get to work. Wow, you
Why
didn't
don't
wait
you-
long to hear if there was anything else.
Why don't you just fucking move the Tiger's Claw then?
No shit! It moves! I think it moved.
Mercenary X. Very nice choice of game.
Yes.
I'm more partial to the third and fourth one, as well as the Super Nintendo version.
Yeah, I love the Super Nintendo version. And if you get, they not only released, the original version on Super Nintendo, which I have, but they released the secret missions on Super Nintendo as well, which is really
Ooh.
fucking cool. Okay, so it looks like you change weapon with W. Can you change gun? I think that only is on certain fighters. That's only when you get the big bomber, which I forget. That's my favorite ship in the game, by the way, is the bomber. I forget what it's called.
I forget. Are
the
you
Hornet
able to
or-
manage your loadout?
No, not in this game. Not in this one. I believe by Wing Commander Prophecy, and probably before that, you could. Wing Commander Prophecy, very underrated. Very underrated game. It was made without basically any input from Chris Roberts, but it's still very good.
He continues, I remember my first joystick with this game. Beats using the keyboard. Will
Does.
you go as far as playing Prophecy? This and both Free Space games were the tits.
They were. This whole series is the tits. It deserves to exist. This is such a seminal series. I don't think... Look, objectively, if this game doesn't come out, there's a really strong chance cinematics in games, like cutscenes of any kind, for good and ill, would not exist in video games. A really good chance. So you gotta hand that to them. They were way ahead of the game on that. Whoa! Sorry, Spirit. Oh, they're going after the... Shit! They're going right after him. Okay, I need some guided missiles here. They are going after that Drayman cruiser.
Escort
Got him.
missions are always so
They
fun.
are such talk shit. They're bad.
Dustin Eaton.
But we'll deal with it. I have beaten this mission. I mean, it's not like I've beaten the game, so...
RazörFist saw the Cyberpunk delay news. Commenced the chair spinning and the finger flipping.
I mean... I don't... I'll take my victory lap, but I won't like it, because it's one of the few games that I'm looking forward to. It sucks. There's red flags with this game, as we all know. There's just red flags. Not just the stuff coming out of the Glassdoor reviews and so forth, but, oops. Let's wait for the Drayman Cruiser. Okay, objective reached. So, where's the Drayman Cruiser? There he is!
Oh, did you get to your first checkpoint?
Yeah, finally.
No face required. To do a barrel roll, press Z or R twice.
But yeah, there's just warning signs in terms of Cyberpunk. I think one of the big ones, honestly, is third person being randomly removed from the game. Like, who removes just a major kind of feature that late in the game? And the thing about third person is it requires a bunch more work. And that's the kind of work that you can do if your project is on track and you have time to spare. But if you're having developmental problems, things like third person or third person transitions on your character, gonna be one of the first things to go. Why do you think Thief 4 started out as a third person game and then they wound up locking you into first person? Actually, the similarities between the development red flags on Cyberpunk 2077 are very similar to Thief 4, and I hate to say that out loud because we all know how that turned out. But, all right, let's, what is, oh yeah, that's how you look off your wing. Sweet! That was also copied by a lot of Space Sims. Oh, Spirit's damaged.
Samuelson asks, "Hey Razor, what is your favorite song to play on the sax?" You didn't tell me you could play the sax.
Harlem, yeah, I was first chair saxophone in junior high school and high school.
What?
Harlem Nocturne. That's why I use that as the intro song on Film Archives, because it's my favorite jazz standard. What?
Kenny G? That's Kenny G.
No, it's George Michael.
George Michael, right.
That's up there with be-do-do-do-do-do.
It's your number one enemy.
Oh god. Oh my god, can this Drayman pick up the pace?
The Grizzly.
Shit.
Hey guys, just got done watching the new Doom trailer. Are you excited for the game?
We might be able to just autopilot there, but I don't know. Using autopilot on escort missions is always a sketchy business.
Also, what's your favorite first or third person shooter series? Yes, I saw the new Doom trailer. I'm super excited. Can't wait. Just more shit that's coming out in April. God.
You know, probably, and it's barely a series because it's only 2 games, but probably Perfect Dark.
Yeah, that's a good choice. It's a bit of a tough one for me. There's a lot of good choices. I mean, if you
and third person, by the way, I actually do have a favorite third person shooter series, and that's Kill Switch.
Spirit needs
You're gonna
your
end
help.
up in Japanese hell. A disgrace to your ancestors.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Spirit! Atta girl. How about that? No dead weight here. Come on. Well, except for T-Boogie.
If you're just counting the fact that it's in first person and a shooter, I mean, obviously Deus Ex could be a choice.
I mean, you could use Thief as an example if you wanted to do that, but...
Right.
Yeah, I don't.
But,
Right, here we go. And you can actually, from what I remember, you can actually, fuck with your shields and stuff. You can actually, move them around, can't you? Or is that in later games? I know you can do it in X-Wing and whatnot, but I just can't remember how to do it. So it looks like we did it. Ah! I think I collided with my objective. That's not good.
Ironcaster says, time for a real joke. The Detroit Tigers.
Time for the joke that keeps on giving. The Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's rough. Is he... Where's the Drayman? Where'd he go? Well, I guess we escorted him, so whatever. Oh, that flash was he was jumping out of space. Okay. He was hyper jumping.
What's that flashing, though?
Ah! No, 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 not more asteroids! Nightmare fuel.
Oh, yes, and to get this out of the way, Parasite is asking, what joystick are you using?
Oh, the same one I always use. It's the Thrustmaster. No, it's the... Let me see if I can check the box real quick. Oh, there we go. It's the Thrustmaster T16000 HOTAS stick.
That's a good stick.
And of course, this game does not support the throttle or anything, so...
A bit too old for that.
Yeah, no throttle on this one, but it does support the stick just fine, as you can see. Not all the controls are mapped ideally, though. I find that's a problem with this stick, honestly. A lot of times the missile button will be mapped to some bullshit that isn't, like, you know, a proper flight stick, it should be your guns are the trigger and your missile is one of the top buttons on the top of the flight stick. But 9 times out of 10, that's not the case with this fucking flight stick for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, I think we're home free.
Razgriz Straits.
Here we go. How did Spirit get so fucking banged up? Probably when I shot her.
It might have something to do with it.
And this right here, this fucking nightmare fuel, guys. Being a little kid with nothing but a Super Nintendo pad in your hand and trying to figure out how the fuck to land on this thing. You actually have to ask permission to land on the Tiger's Claw.
Nothing is as bad as trying to land on the carrier.
Well,
in
and
Top
that's
Gun.
fine. It
Well,
does
hold
it
on,
automatically.
Let me finish.
It-
It landed on the carrier in Top Gun, the game.
Well, that too, yeah.
Was it NES or PC?
Yeah. Well, I was streaming a little bit on our Discord channel, which if you guys want to join our Discord channel periodically, if I'm feeling like it, I'll just do a rando stream on there. Ooh, not banged up at all.
NES, thank you.
Nice. But I was playing Ace Combat 7, and they make you actually land your plane on missions on that. And sometimes it can get a little fucking hairy. Turns into a little 70s Bush action. Mission debriefing! Good job out there, Razor. The sport jumped right on schedule. You covered her well. Thank you, sir, but Spirit deserves as much credit as I do. I don't know, when we tally these kills, I'm not so sure that's the case. Alright, well, let's review the mission report. Razor, you took out 4 Kilrathi, and Spirit got 1 of them. Despite making up just 13% of the population. And Razor, I want to see you in my office in a couple of hours. That's all then. Dismissed. Colonel Halcyon's office. This is pre-Tolwyn. Yes, sir. We'll be leaving Enyo soon, and I need to make some personnel changes. Effective immediately following the jump, you'll be reassigned. Okay. I want you in a Scimitar-class medium fighter with Blue Devil Squadron. All right. Getting a little upgrade here. Oh, yeah, this looks familiar. I'm waiting for an inexplicably shiny C-3PO to wobble on in. Still the best track on the entire Star Wars soundtrack, by the way.
Yeah.
Hands down. Nice. How about that? Oh my god, the black guy is named Knight. I forgot. I totally forgot. I love this game. I love this game.
Razgriz Straits says, "Hey, Razor and Terran, I love HD Remix and Sam Show.
Yeah.
But what about Garou, Mark of the Wolves?
It's cool. I could never get into it as much, but I got it on the Capcom. what is it? Is it the Capcom Fighting Classics Collection or something like that? It was for Xbox. It was for original Xbox. And I played it quite a bit, but I could never get into the groove of it as much as some of the other ones. But it's a badass game. It's a cool idea. It's basically Darkstalkers with only werewolves. Well, and some other, you know, creepy crawlies or what have you. But it's pretty cool. At least if I am remembering it correctly. It's been a few years. Like, I think I bought it in like 2006 and played it most of the next 3 years or so. There's a few other cool games on there, but I wasn't crazy about what is that game they include on there that's like, it's like a mashup of all the Capcom fighters.
Oh.
And you like switch between characters, and there's like a weird fighting style system. What the fuck is that called?
I know what you're talking about.
It wasn't very good.
I know which one you're talking about.
But they included, actually, you know what? Didn't they include? I'm misremembering actually. That game included characters from Guru Mark of the Wolves. But I have played Guru Mark of the Wolves. I think I played an original arcade cabinet a long time ago. But yeah, that I believe. What is it? Like Fighting Remix or Capcom Fighting Mix or something like that. I can't remember what that's called. It was not good. It was not very good.
It escapes me too.
But it was cool that they had the Guru characters and a few other like rare characters from obscure Capcom fighters. All right. That's Iceman and Knight over
Fighters,
there.
Mega Mix, Capcom.
Mega Mix, there we are.
Capcom Fighting Jam.
Fighting Jam, that's it. That's exactly it. He's sort of a craftsman, gets the job done though. Iceman though, now he's an artist. Best pilot on the Tiger's Claw. Thanks, asshole. Lives to fly and fight. He's totally ruthless and completely deadly. Some of the pilots say he's got Freon for blood. I see what you did there. At least that's where he got the call sign. Okay, yeah, how's my KD ratio looking? Oh, and he passes Maniac in just 2 missions. How's about that? And of course her last name is Tanaka. That's only funny because, and I'm almost certain they did this on purpose. When you learn Japanese and you're learning things like how to say where something is in space, or like how to give directions or say, hey, let's go somewhere, like, kuruma de ikimasu, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna go somewhere in my car. There's like a standard Japanese person that you talk about, so that you can say like the dresser is to the right of him, or Tanaka and I are going to go somewhere in the car. And it's always Tanaka. The guy's name is always Tanaka.
Tanaka.
So they picked like the most generic. It's like the John Smith of Japanese.
Right. I think there's one in like one of my favorite movies about. It's like Red Sun with Sean Connery.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the main people that they're dealing with is Tanaka.
No, it's funny. And I laughed for the first time I met somebody in Japan named Tanaka. I couldn't.
Darmok at Tanaka.
At Tanaka. When the walls fell. Razor, they call me the Iceman. Don't let night fool you. The Sim's a gun-heavy slug. Forget finesse, just head straight in, guns blaring. Give me a ship that takes skill. A raptor, even a hornet. Yeah, it's the scimitar. Yeah. If half of what they say is true, the rapier's a true artist ship. Okay. Sounds like the rapier is the TIE interceptor of this game. Knight. Welcome to the Blue Devils. Ever flown scimitars before? I think you're gonna like them. A scimitar isn't quite as fast or nimble as a hornet, but she's got twice the armor as well as heavier guns. And she handles like a Centaurian mug pig. Iceman, here, I'll try to tell you speed and handling will save your butt, but I'll take an extra 3 centimeters of Durasteel plating any day. Okay, cool.
Oh, and Razgriz Straits finished with, and have you ever played it? Did you like it? And how about the epic Fist of the North Star, the 2005 PS2 game? I believe that was based on the arcade game, if I'm thinking about the right one.
I don't know, I assume you've played them all.
No, I've never played the original, like, fighter Fist of the North Star. The one with the ridiculous, like, infinite combos and shit.
My favorite Fist of the North Star game is Mad Max 2015. Good game. All right, then. Beta Wing will be led by Razor. Thanks, asshole. Oh, there's nothing beta about Paladin. Come on. And I cannot tell ya I'm looking forward to it, Colonel. Since we jumped into the McAuliffe system just a few hours ago, we're still running preliminary patrols. Oh, here we go. Oh, here's your flight plan. Just fly to the nav points and make sure they're clear. And if the Iranian government refuses to hand over the black blocks, just what? We have reason to believe this might be a Kilrathi minefield, so be especially careful in that area. Oh god, minefields are fucking nonsense in this game. Sometimes the mines will literally like zoom in on you. They're like heat-seeking mines sometimes.
Draco asks, have you seen 1917 yet?
A little weight class upgrade. No, I have not. I keep telling my girl we need to go watch it, but we just haven't gone yet.
Yeah.
So a little slower, but we got better weapons. We got the mass driver as the gun.
Rule.
Do I have linked
reminds us.
fire on this? Oh, that's right. I don't have blasters. I just have the mass driver on this. Which sounds like an M. Bison move, by the way. Let's get over here. Ooh, that ship is cool. I like this ship.
Nice.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Rule reminds us, it's not the best choice, it's Spacer's choice. I've still yet to play that. Did you beat that?
What's that?
Outer Worlds.
Oh, nice. Paladin, throwing down. There we go. The mass driver does not fuck around though. It'll drop him pretty quick. Hold on.
Holding.
I'm dog fighting, laddie.
Holding. Hold.
Okay, sweet. Neat. There we go. Sorry. What was the question again?
It wasn't a question. It was just that I was asking a question if you beat Outer Worlds yet.
Oh, no. I mean, I'm pretty far along, though. It's a pretty short game from what I understand.
Black Embers. I'm having trouble classifying Vampire Hunter D's genre. It essentially combines Solomon Kane and Elric with Bram Stoker's Dracula in a post-apocalyptic sci-fi setting with elements of westerns and fantasy thrown in for good measure. What do you call that?
The genre... Well, I would say it's action horror, honestly. That's really what it is.
I mean, yeah. I would have leaned more towards... Yeah, Torshi's got a good one. Dark apocalyptic fantasy. I was gonna say just dark fantasy.
I mean, really dark... Yeah, dark fantasy at the end of the day is really what it is. Which is that's what Solomon Kane is. That's even what Elric is, in fact. Oh no! Okay, we're slowing right the fuck down. No, these fucking things! And they're so hard to avoid sometimes. What the fuck weapon got destroyed? No. Get me the fuck out of here. Get me out of here. Dude, what the fuck? They're like...
Drop it!
Oh, this is awful. Son of a bitch!
You can't shoot him?
You can't, apparently. Oh god, I hate minefields in this game.
You've lost front shields.
Okay, I'm just gonna speed up. It's like not even worth it, to be honest. I'm just gonna to get the fuck out of here quicker.
La Putin machine. I am not an orange.
Okay, at least I still got my mass driver. As long as I have that, I will not be defenseless in a firefight, at least. Oh. Shit, but I think my comm unit got hit.
Oh, this is a good one.
If my comm unit is out, then I won't be able to land. Oh god. Oh god. No. I do not need a dogfight right now. Speaking of dogfights, how about the debate?
Yeah, I actually watched the stream of that. That was some good stuff. I mean, from you, not the debate. Razgriz Straight says, "Are you familiar with the YouTube channel Super Best Friends Play? They cover many fighting games, especially. Now disbanded. RIP. Thoughts on them?"
Complete fucking dog shit. And not funny and not talented. Basically complete hacks. I fucking hate Two Best Friends Play. They're
You must
fucking
be
awful.
new here.
Yeah, they're fucking terrible. I was actually danced a jig when they fucking called it a career. They shouldn't have had one. People have real bad taste.
Mercenary X. Things are definitely not good, not doing good around here as of late. I've been seeing more and more homeless in North County, San Diego than I did last year at the same time.
Yeah, and which is saying something, because I did volunteer work in San Diego. And you had more than your fair share. Oh, son of a bitch.
San Diego tried to at least take care of it. Still pray for us that it doesn't become a San Fran here.
San Diego's always had a sizable homeless population, but yeah. What the fuck just happened? Okay, let's fly away from it just a bit.
Dustin Eaton comments,
Stupid comm unit is.
Trump's looking at the infighting with the Dems and basically saying, "Dance, my puppets, dance."
It really is.
He
And can you
doesn't even
blame
have to
him?
do anything.
Okay, let's... Okay. What the fuck?
What?
What just hit? Oh, another plane hit. What the fuck? What?
Oh, it said you were cleared to land?
Yeah, I'm trying to... My targeting system got hit in that minefield, so I'm like trying to... I thought it said I was clear to land, but then I moved in close and the landing sequence did not start. So...
Not Matthew Connor. I caught a cold. I've got so many used tissues from blowing my nose that you'd mistake it for Tarangel's Jerk-Off Emporium, aka his closet. All joking aside...
Sir, we call it an ejacularium.
All joking aside, taking the time to plan out some things and to try to get ahead, Godspeed. Okay, well, cool.
Why did it have to hit my fucking communication system? Two. God damn it! And who is hitting me? Look at this jackass just slamming right into me.
Press D to check your damage.
5 units damaged. Yeah. Intercom unit damage heavy. Yeah, no shit. Can we, motherfucker, can we please just let me request another landing? I mean, I thought I saw it say that I was cleared. Ugh.
Just go in like the U.S. Marshals.
You can't. You can't. You'll just keep slamming into the fucking... And frankly, with all the damage I have, I probably wouldn't survive the collision. Come on, bro.
You need to approach from the front.
There we go. Jesus. That was rough.
You should be on fire.
No shit. Well, I'm not far off. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. More holes than a modern Star Wars writing room. All right, well flown, Razor. You handled those flea bags like an old pro.
Do-do-do.
Now, laddie, don't brag on me or the Colonel start expecting more from me. Let's go over the mission report. You've scragged 2 Kilrathi, Razor, and Paladin did 2 himself. I want to see you in my office after you've had a shower. I don't want to know why you want to see me after the shower. I've been speaking with Sector Command. The brass have been reviewing your record, and I have good news. The order came in this morning. I've been authorized to promote you. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. All right. Well, that's cool. Alright. You met Maniac and Boss Man over there yet? Maniac's a real lunatic. A good pilot, but way too erratic. He was just coming up when the flea bags put me out of commission. Just between you and me, I'd rather fly alone than with Maniac on my way. Boss Man's another story, though. He's a real team leader. A crack pilot with 17 years, really more of a meth pilot. Flown everything in the Terran fleet. And blown up at least one of every class the Kilrathi have. All right, let's talk to Matthew Lillard. Hi, Razor. I'm Maniac. Glad to meet you.
Zoinks!
All right, dodge and fly. Okay. Man, that'll be a rush. This guy is geeked to the gills. How is this guy allowed to fly? This is before he became Biff from Back to the Future, of course.
Kajiri.
Sit down, Razor. They call me Boss Man. I've been. Oh my gosh! This guy's gonna be.
Bring me a body bag.
You look good for a rookie. You handle yourself well in a dogfight, but we're going to be facing some bigger ships soon. Oh my. A lot of young pilots get excited when I put my hand on their they lose their heads and go straight in for the battleship, if you know what I mean. Thing to do is clean up the fighter cover first, then go for the battleship. Oh gosh, are we gonna have to take out a battleship now? Okay. Well, let's save.
And let's do a few of these. Kajiri. Jar Jar Binks is the best character in Star Wars. Not sure why they didn't include them in 4 through 6. Or the newest one. This is why Star Wars is failing. Jar Jar Binks, the main Jedi Lord. And Nikolai.
Oh, just real quick. Hold on.
What's up?
All right, sweet. Here we go. I forgot. I wanted to. Bada bada boo. I meant to change our notifications. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I meant to, because we added a bunch of new notifications on the super chats, actually, and the donations, mostly the donations, and I forgot to enable them. So hold on a sec.
Oh, while you do that,
yeah, I can answer questions or whatever.
Nikolai says, "Holy crap, biker Spoonie meme is real." What? Oh, are they talking about you? Okay.
I guess.
Here's the vermilion bird.
That's
of the
not
south
true.
in all
I
its
still
glory.
release videos.
Ah, one-eyed snake.
And that's me owning myself. I am a Spoonie fan. I wish he would release videos.
I mean, he has been streaming.
He's been streaming, but you know.
With no
what I don't
commentary.
get, yeah, I mean, I guess what I don't get is why, because he'll go off, like I said before, he'll go off on like a bitchin' Twitter rant, and it'll be like 7,000 tweets long, and most of it is good stuff. Like, it's good observations, and he's like trashing a game or whatever.
If only he would just turn on a camera.
All he has to do is just turn on a fucking camera. He could record that. It could be 5 minutes long, and I'm sure his fans would still love it. He'd have a rant right there. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I do not understand. I mean, I it's a mental thing. I get it. Like,
Yeah, the sad part is we could never understand. One-Eyed Snake 90 says,
thank goodness. Like, I wouldn't wish depression or anything on my worst enemy, but
Evening, gents.
Okay.
Razor, do you think a Frank Miller shadow comic would be good, or has Sin City and Holy Terror affected his storytelling ability?
I think we kind of already got that, to be perfectly honest, with the Howard Chaykin shadow graphic novel Blood and Judgment. That to me has always read like the Shadow's answer to The Dark Knight Returns in a lot of ways. It's kind of 80s, it's kind of its time, but it's also sort of modern and a little bit transcendent in that way. Pardon me. But it's very, very good. I highly recommend Blood and Judgment. It's different. It's not like... It's not your grandpappy's Shadow, you know what I mean? But it's Howard Chaykin kind of doing a Frank Miller rendition of The Shadow. And that's cool, you know, it's just something different. All right, cool. I've got all those updated, so sorry about that, guys. Let me know if you can see the game when I start it here.
Alrighty.
It should go full screen. I've tested it out before, so it should be all right. Is it good?
Yeah, I can hear it and I can see it.
Okay, it's full screen. It's good. Why contain it? School.
School. Kartik Isola. Thoughts on the Virginia protests? I smell another Charlottesville in the making,
100%.
especially with Antifa in attendance.
I completely agree. Hearing about the crisis actors, even if that's not credible, Antifa provoked a lot of what happened in Charlottesville. The guy who ran down the woman was threatened with a gun by a guy who later admitted it, an Antifa activist and professor, which is fucking alarming as hell. Fucking college professor.
Which one was that?
And he, you know, that's kind of their modus operandi. Look, Antifa know the media is at the end of the day on their side. Whatever happens, it will always be painted as the air quotes alt-right that are to blame. So they can they sort of have carte blanche to do whatever they want. And because of that, I would say if you are going to go to Charlottesville, then it needs to be like you need to be minding your P's and Q's like 50 times more than anyone else, than Antifa, anybody. Okay, so I think this is where we're going up against a battleship, or God, I hope not. Because I mean, I'm in a medium-sized fighter. I am not in a heavy fighter. I don't think I'm frankly have the armament to take out a destroyer or battleship or whatever. But
I'm a cop, you idiot!
There you go. Here we go. All right. So we've got Dart D at, well, if we go up against a destroyer, I don't know. I'm gonna go with, whoa, that was quick. That was mighty quick. Take him out. Come on, bish. Really, my guns don't have the range. Come on. Come on. Anybody know what the match speed button is? Is it just S? There is a match speed button in this game, I think.
I'm not gonna read all of this, but I'm white, y'all, says. I bet for you white people, a Filiberto's burrito also counts as a colon cleansing.
You know, you're not wrong. That's funny. At the comic shop I used to work at, we used to have an I Heart Filiberto's bumper sticker on the can. Alright, come on.
Finer Print would like to know if you've played Privateer.
Yes, I actually played it at launch. My Mormigil bought it at launch, and I played it over at his place. Come on, bitch. This guy's trying to outrun me.
And Nikolai
He's trying to
says,
run away, this little bitch.
Nikolai
this.
says, gotta love the sound of hollow cardboard tubes for the mass drivers.
Okay, where's... I left Paladin behind. Where's he at? Come on. Seeing Paladin all that it just makes me want to watch Have Gun Will Travel.
Ironworks Gaming says, Hail all. Razor, did you ever watch the original V, the miniseries? Was back
I
in the
didn't.
early 80s.
Yeah, I didn't. Did you?
I did. I love them. I need to buy them. I need to get them off. I think I can find them on Amazon. But yeah, I love the early ones. It's got Michael Ironside.
Look at these people. They are some running fools. Like, you damage them and they just bolt. Fucking afterburn. Jesus, this guy. Yeah, he's just running. He's just gonna get away, I guess. We're so fucking slow, I can't even keep up with him.
Well,
Okay. Well, whatever. Hey.
Foster Davy Smith, are you saying the Kilrothy are scaredy cat?
I see what you did there. And go sit in the corner.
Malroadkill. Howdy, gents. I would love to
Alright.
see some epic space fighter jock Star Navy movie.
Hell yeah.
Think Tortora in space.
Well, if you haven't watched Space Above and Beyond,
Oh god, I fucking
do it.
love that.
Yeah, it's basically Wing Commander live action, the CV series.
Yeah, guys,
That's
I
what
own it. If you have not seen Space Above and Beyond, make a point to do that.
And if you haven't watched the Wing Commander cartoon, it's actually very good and features the vocal talents of Mark Hamill and Malcolm McDowell.
Functional, you've seen that series too many times. Even I get that.
What?
Oh, it's fucking from Space Above and Beyond. I doubt I'll see the one before I die. What are your favorite starfighters? Mine is the Gunstar from the last Starfighter. God fucking speed.
Mine
Favorite
is the
starfighter.
B-Wing.
Yeah, his is a B-Wing. I think mine would be the Y-Wing.
I like the Y-Wing, but the B-Wing is just a better Y-Wing. I mean, that's all. They're both bombers. The B-Wing is just better at it. That's why it didn't make any sense in The Force Awakens.
That shit is still not in Battlefront 2. They added so much they didn't add the fucking B-Wing.
Because the whole thing is fucking Abrams Star Wars. It's not real Star Wars. It's fucking only X-Wings and Y-Wings exist Star Wars. Although they did add A-Wings. Right? That was in the original, actually. Which is, I loved me some A-Wings. It's probably my second favorite ship, actually, in Star Wars. I just love, the thing I love about the Y-Wing is how junky it is. Like, it just seems like a total piece of shit. Got him? Damn, this ship is built Tonka tough. He is...
Composite Frylock. When you were younger, did you use any cheating devices like Game Genie, Game Shark, or Action Replay?
No, but I did have some codes for this particular game.
I distinctly remember using Game Genie for the Mega Man games for my NES.
Yeah, my friends had Game Genie. Oh my god, Destroyer. Okay.
You're gonna end up in Japanese hell, a disgrace to your ancestors.
Speaking of which, the real Bamboonga says, do Spirit's accent, Razor-san.
Spirit's accent. Oh, good. Wait, was that the same super chat we just got that was Japanese hell? Because if it was.
No.
Because if
No,
it was.
I just happened to come up on it.
Okay, can we destroy this or should we? I don't even think we have to be honest. I do not have a missile. So I don't think I could handle this even if I wanted to. But I don't know, it is pretty heavily damaged now. Yo, Paladin! Atta boy, Paladin! He got him! I can't even take credit for that. He dusted a fucking destroyer. That was bitchin'. All right. And my communication system is actually working this time, so that's neat.
The weirdest thought just popped up into my head.
Here we go.
What if SWAT Cats takes place on the Kilrathi homeworld?
What? Oh, here's one even crazier. What if Thundercats is a Kilrathi propaganda show?
So hear me out. The giant blue cats from Avatar are distant cousins.
Are you ready? I'm gonna blow
Like the Romulans are to the Vulcans.
I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna
Okay.
blow your mind. Are you ready? Samurai Pizza Cats. Samurai Pizza Cats.
I'm going home.
It's the kid did all the work, sir. I was just along for the ride. You destroyed a fucking battleship, dude. At least take a bow, motherfucker. Really aren't that much to worry about, sir. I don't know, Razor. They had you outgunned as well as outnumbered. Now to review the mission. Recorder shows you killed 4, Razor, and 1 killed by Paladin. Yeah, but that 1, he made that 1 count. In fairness, I did weaken it first, so take a little credit. Glad to see you and Paladin getting along so well. He'll be retiring soon, you know. Been flying fighters for 20-odd years. And now they're putting him out to pasture. I was wondering why Paladin wasn't in any of the sequels. He and I used to fly together back before the war started. Although, man, I have to say, he died a lot in my games. When I was playing this game originally, he really didn't stick around long. I'd like to tell you, lad, it's been good flying with you. We'll be pulling out in the call of scene. And the colonel likes to shake up the wings every now and then. I'm gonna go dive into my money bin. A young wingman ain't gonna stick by you the way I have, lad. But it's no criticism of him, lad, just a fact. The youngster's got a name to make and a career to think on. He'll be looking to make a hero of himself. An old man like myself, on the other hand, well, I'm just wanting to make it back so I can retire in one piece. My favorite was when the guy fucking shot him and he was taking damage from the destroyer and he said, "They caught me with my kilt down." Ah! First off, wouldn't it be kilt up? Razor, sit down. I want to compare something. I've been watching the way Drothi maneuver, and I think I've noticed something. Seems to me that when you're hot on a Drothi's tail and he pulls a loop to shake you, he always goes up or down, never to the side. Ever notice that? You shrug in tentative agreement. I should have screenshotted that. That was really good. That really should be a meme. You shrug in tentative agreement. All right.
Balloon.
That really should be a meme. All right, let's
Mark Roy. Razor, did you ever read the Wing Commander novels published by Bain? They recently got re-released as ebooks.
I think I might. I think I saw them, but I never read them. I think back in the day, Walmart used to have like the book section of the Century. Like they used to have a huge, like with all those like Star Wars and Star Trek and Wing Commander and all that shit, those paperbacks. And I think I saw a Wing Commander paperback there once, but I never read it.
Keela Tequila says, Razor, if you enjoy synthwave and metal, may I suggest Dance with the Dead and Meteor. By the way, rip Neil Peart.
We have played Dance with the Dead
Yeah.
on our videos.
And I just recently started listening to
Look
Meteor.
at that!
It's pretty good.
Toxic masculinity! There's girly posters on the wall.
How dare you?
How dare you? All right.
I should be
Gonna
in
be living
school.
McAuliffe late tomorrow, but first we got a half dozen sports and tankers coming in. With at least one Kilrathi carrier in the system, we're expecting the hairballs to make a play for most of the sports. Here are the assignments for... Yes, but are your sports fixed like ours are? I mean, what? The Colonel makes the assignments for the wings. You draw the... Yeah. Razor and Paladin will take the last detail. Computer display Psi. You'll rendezvous with a Draymond-class tanker here at Nav 1. As soon as it arrives, the tanker will head for the Tiger's Claw. I'll be moving at top speed and won't deviate... Oh, it'll be moving at a top speed and won't deviate from its shortest course. So you'll have to protect it from any attackers. Yay! More escort missions!
Yay.
Intelligence indicates Burak Starkiller may be in the system. Burak Starkiller, sir. He's one of Kilra's best. Our records credit him with 64 kills, counting fighters and battleships. So let's all be extra careful out there, all right? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Composite Frylock would like to know, what is your favorite guilty pleasure food?
Guilty pleasure food? I don't feel guilty about it, but pizza.
What about angel cake?
Angel food cake really isn't that bad for you. I love angel food cake. It's, I had a relative who was diabetic growing up, so, you know, angel food cake was one of the few desserts that they could have that wasn't too hard on their blood sugar or whatever, so. All right, so we have to rendezvous. Let's see here, dart. Okay.
And I'm just gonna bitch out and say ice cream. I mean, I really can't think of one.
Ooh, yep. And this game had cinematic camera, too. I forgot about that.
Not Matthew Connor.
Nice!
The next time you do a Dem debate stream, you should call it a stream, as in re. Those people have the likability of a pedophile hipster.
Bro. It's just so obvious watching that debate. You notice after every debate, there's always some fresh new fucking outrage about Trump that they're trying to hit him on. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I honestly think it's all designed to distract from how weak the Democratic field is. I really do. Because you can't watch those debates and think the Democrats have a fucking chance. Like, let me just put this out there. I didn't mention this in my rant about Picard. In that very same Variety interview, where Patrick Stewart says, he actually goes on to say things like, I can't tell which country is more fucked, the UK or the US. You know, I think the UK might be more fucked and so forth. But then he says, he starts talking about Trump later on in the same interview. Even Patrick fucking Stewart, this Politburo pissant, cannot bring himself to believe the Democrats will win. Even Patrick Stewart said, I think Trump's probably going to get reelected in that interview. And this was just a few weeks ago, guys. It was before the Boris Johnson election. It was like 1 week before that election that this interview was conducted. So, you know, there was lots of controversy about Trump at that time. This is not some super outdated interview. And even Patrick Stewart is at least lucid enough from the outside that he can see, like, there's nothing. The Democrats have nothing. What a weak field. It's like, okay, guys, new, fresh ideas from a bunch of fucking moldering mummies.
I'd
Whoa.
rather vote for Nixon from
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Futurama. Also, without Cory Booker running, that's
There
not
we
a
go.
coherent
There we go.
sentence.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Get him. Ah!
Ah, I see.
Oh, and I forgot. I can taunt them, can't I?
Also, without Cory Booker
Enemy
running,
target.
we went from a fig and a gay guy to just a gay guy.
Oh, there he is.
Very nice.
Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch.
Gridley says,
Whoa! 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 Oh, son of a bitch! Yeah, I think that was the enemy ace. He fucking dusted my ass.
wow.
Let's try that again. This is kind of cool. They actually give you a full funeral in the game. This was like really ahead of its time. Like, I don't. What kind of game does this?
Gridley says, do you
Actually
think
give you a fucking eulogy? Who can say what Razor might have accomplished for the Confederation? Attention! Wow. Jesus. There's a little Triforce on that flag. The end! Wow. I love that, though. I had to watch that at least once. Alright, let me load my game. Sorry, guys. Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir! Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Where did you learn how to fly?
Gridley says, do you think if Yang has walked up on stage unexpectedly during the last debate, Bernie would have shouted, "Oh no, ninjas!"
It would have been like a grandpa, like Abe Simpson kind of moment. Where it's like, thank you, ping pong. Mr. Simpson, my name is Greg. Sure it is. Okay, here we go.
Patty says, how can you explain what pulp is to someone?
It's pretty simple. It's just short, plot-driven fiction that was published on a monthly, sometimes bi-weekly basis. I guess sometimes quarterly too, but you know, short, plot-driven fiction on a deadline. Pretty simple. If this mass driver doesn't stop fucking running out of juice. Jesus. Damn, take some damage, son! Would you? Alright, come on. Dude! Take fucking fire! Alright, fine, I'll just launch another missile, I guess. Waste all my fucking darts on this guy. Got him! Oh shit, did we fail? Did they get the fucking craft? I bet you they did. I really don't like this mission. This one's kind of garbage. Oh, he's bugging out like a bitch, isn't he? Okay, bitch. Yep. I believe we failed. Son of a bitch. See, I just love escort missions, don't you? You know, they add the second escort mission in the game, they put an enemy ace on the other team. What the fuck? Like, who the fuck does that?
Alex Jones Productions. Hey Razor, just wondering what are your thoughts on Starfield and how it will probably affect Elder Scrolls 6?
I think if you go back, though, hold on. I think if you go back, you actually... It just kind of changes the storyline? Am I wrong? I can't... That might be another Wing Commander game. I don't know. Either way, let's land and see what happens. I don't know if I'll have to retry that or not. I guess I could eject and retry that way, but I think the story just progresses even if you fail. You're like allowed to fail in this game, which is another thing that's kind of interesting about it. At least I think you can. We'll see in a second. And I'll answer that question in just a sec as soon as I... Looks like it got a little hot out there, sir. Yeah, you sent 2 people against, like, fucking 5. I understand, son, but we were too short-handed to send 2 wings. No shit. We're all gonna have to do the work of 10 men. No, I'm gonna have to do the work of 10 men. Thanks, asshole. Meanwhile... What? Meanwhile? Terran research colony, McAuliffe 6. As the Tiger's Claw and other Terran warships meet defeat in space, Kilrathi Marines invade the scientific colony of McAuliffe 6. Dozens of humanity's most brilliant scientists are murdered as the ruthless Kilrathi storm the peaceful, harmless installation. I wonder if that's directly tied to me fucking up there. I have no idea. But yeah, the story changes depending on whether you succeed or fail. It's cool. The game will actually allow you to fail. Another interesting thing about Wing Commander that was sort of unique to it at the time. Sorry, could you hit me with that question again, bro?
Yes. What are your thoughts on Starfield, and how will it probably affect Elder Scrolls 6?
I think it'll be a breath of fresh air for Bethesda if they handle it right. If they... You know what I think would be cool is if they didn't do a traditional just open world RPG, if they tried to branch out from another genre and add their traditional RPG sensibilities to it. You could do something like a Wing Commander or like a Star Trek or something, and then just layer the RPG elements on top. But I'm just guessing here. There's a chance it'll just be Outer Worlds but better. Elder Scrolls 6, here's the thing, Bethesda's really weird. You know, they are not that big. Even though they now have their own presentation at E3 and their own, like, whole event and everything, and, like, the company ZeniMax that, you know, they're under the umbrella of is pretty fucking big. Bethesda themselves are relatively small. They're like 200 people even during crunch time. That's how big they get. Normally they try and keep the team size to about 100. For perspective, something that blew my mind was when I was
You just shot an unarmed man.
Oh.
But he should have harmed himself.
when I was reading some of the stories about Cyberpunk's troubled development, one of the things that was interesting was when CD Projekt called all those employees liars, only to later admit that exactly what they were saying was true, which is that they didn't start development in earnest until 2015 because they had tons of developmental problems. When that happened, I was reading the article and they said something to the effect of, like, we start with 200 people and then we get like 4 times as big. Like, fucking, they have like 400 plus employees. So, like, for perspective, like, Bethesda's pretty small. So I think we're probably not going to see Elder Scrolls 6 for a long time.
A very long time.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Starfield first because Bethesda's not really big enough to do a whole lot concurrently unless they hand off work to ZeniMax. And ZeniMax is a different thing. ZeniMax are the ones who are doing Elder Scrolls Online, for example. Even though Bethesda made Fallout 76, a lot of that was ZeniMax. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of a separate entity. It's all under the same umbrella, but it's a different thing. So unless one or the other is handed over to ZeniMax, I don't see them being able to work on them both concurrently, at least not in earnest. So let's talk to Maniac. Hope we see some action soon. All right. I'm looking forward to scoring some more kills. I'm sure you would. Say you're almost as good as me. Well, let's check the board, shall we? Oh, that's right. G'day, Razor. Pull up a chair. This is a knife. Trying to come up with some clues as to how the Kilrathi think they're fucking cats. They'll surprise you sometimes, mate. Their favourite trick is to set up a good ambush. So if you see a lone furball with a broke wing, watch yourself.
Hunter will turn you to toast.
Alright. We jumped into Brimstone. Scuttlebutt is that there are 4 Kilrathi bases on Brimstone 2, and we're looking at some serious action real soon. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll try a different, I haven't done a simulator yet.
Nikolai says, Aloha Snack Bar.
Aloha.
Mercenary X, the crisis actor thing is a giant red flag for me. I'm gonna keep an eye out for any kind of mass shooting that might happen. Knows how desperate they are to impose gun control. I pray, and everyone pray with me, that no bloodshed happens.
I'm just
Hopefully.
worried about that. It seems like the perfect opportunity to AstroTurf a big tragedy that will turn the Virginia public, which has thus far been roundly against Ralph Northam. Even though they elected him, he is... I mean, look at his approval ratings now. Like, the guy he's not even a full month into his term, and he's already fucking toast.
If something does happen,
It
my God,
seems
they
like
really
that would be the
telegraphed it.
prime opportunity to try and reverse public opinion on this guy.
Black Metal Meme Thief says, I'm moving to Mesa in April. Is there anything I need to know before I do?
Mesa's not half bad. I mean, it's still relatively red. It's one of the redder parts of Phoenix. It's not... There's trashy areas and there's nice areas. But in the overall, it's kind of the middle-class suburban portion of Phoenix. But Mesa is not Phoenix. Mesa is its own city, technically. But it's, you know, it's like an hour drive, honestly, on a bad traffic day. So
Jason the
that's one of the
Unpopular.
annoying things is when, you know, someone will announce an event or something in Phoenix. Hold on. And they'll say, oh, it's in Phoenix! And it's really in fucking Tempe, an hour away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, come on. Stop saying that.
Jason the Unpopular. Forget the guns. Ramming speed.
Are you right? You know, ramming actually is relatively effective in this game, if I remember correctly.
Nathan
Fuck you! Alright.
says, the granddaddy of space sims. Oh, and delete. Think you'll stream Privateer and The Darkening. Maybe even play Wing Commander Saga or Armada. And
We
do
could play one of those
multiplayer.
other games on this stream if you guys want. You know, I'm not against it. The only problem is Wing Commander 2, the hotkey that I have for, you know, turning on and off my microphone, I think is the same as the throttle buttons in the game. So that could be a bit of a pain in the ass, but
I'm just.
but
gonna
I
call
just
you,
have to change it. That's all.
I'm just gonna call you Yarum. Yarum says, so I guess there's been some Xbox PS5 news. Literally, who the fuck cares? So, I've heard people claiming there's hype, but I don't see it.
I'm not seeing a whole lot. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of, like, honestly, the most I've heard people talk about PS5 were when they revealed the really unimaginative logo. And that was kind of, well, and that's to be expected, I suppose. We don't know that much about the console yet, in fairness. So how are you going to react to that much or get hyped or not? Right now, it's people who are loyal to Sony who are going to give a shit about, and Microsoft, who are going to give a shit about the various systems because we don't know anything about them except their names.
Surely even the normies are sick of this crap. New console gens are starting to feel like elections.
And bad news for GameStop, because the less energized people are about consoles, the more GameStop, who are already fairly embattled. I don't know if you guys have been following the news on GameStop store closures and shit, but the more that hurts them.
One-eyed Snake 90.
Especially with, Terangel was telling me before the stream, apparently there's going to be a disc-free version of the
Series X, yeah.
Series X, or at least that's what they're talking about.
I
Oh, did you
believe
fix
that's
it?
what I heard.
Oh.
You just shot an unarmed man. Well, he should have harmed himself.
One-eyed Snake 90. What would be better, a Brian May solo album featuring Tony Iommi, or Yngwie Malmsteen?
Oh, did I get wasted? Oh, that shit.
Is Ingve singing?
Yeah, right?
Because that really matters.
It does matter.
Brian May's
it
solo
matters a
album,
lot.
so I'm assuming Brian May is singing.
It does. So I didn't get to pick my craft in that. I wanted to pick a different ship, and I wound up flying the light fighter against a bunch of heavy Kilrathi fighters, which is not fun. Okay. Whoops.
So, Brian May with Tony or Yngwie?
I think either would be good. I know Yngwie is a massive Queen fan. I know that. And what's more, Yngwie's favorite Queen albums are my favorite Queen albums. He likes the last two. He's a big fan of The Miracle and Innuendo, which is fucking, the man has taste. What can I say? But I think either one would be good. I would say Yngwie only because we've already heard Brian May play with Tony Iommi on Black Sabbath albums. Brian May played, of course, famously on When Death Calls off of the Headless Cross album during the Tony Martin era. And he's been on stage with Black Sabbath a number of times, too. Let's see here.
King Cracker says his name is Zap Rousdower. Dude, did you know that's a shirt? I want that shirt.
Oh no, do I have to fly with Maniac? Oh.
Dreamcast Night donates 20. Thank you so much. 20 bones. Thank you for the Elric recommendations, RazörFist.
Fuck yeah, dude. I hope you're enjoying it. Ah! That's great! That's a good reaction image. Oh, shit. Okay, so we don't... being really vague about what our goal is. Should I use missiles, sir, or ship's guns? Guns, Razor. Save your missiles for more important targets. What? Oh, threatening to kill your wingmen. This is a... They run a tight operation in the Confederacy.
That Reeve guy. We been here now.
By the way, do you know the history of why he's called Blair?
What?
Because in this game, he has blue hair. And when the later games came along and, you know, he became more of a fleshed out character, they had to give him an actual name, so they just shortened it from blue hair to Blair.
Wow, lazy.
That's it. That's how it happened. Whoa! Oh, son of a bitch.
What?
Wasted a missile. Okay, let's autopilot there.
Autistic accountant.
Game has a low-key, really good soundtrack, actually.
Evening, gents. I PM'd you on Discord.
And I have to say, sorry, before you ask the question, I have to say that the SNES version of this soundtrack is real good. It's kind of has a, I don't know, like a weird science kind of like old school sci-fi sound to it. It's really cool. But yeah, anyway, continue.
He's just saying he PM'd us on Discord, and yes, guys, we do have a Discord. We have a Facebook too, so you can contact us there as well.
Yipper.
Deus Volt, you magnificent bastards. Thank you for showing up tonight. Overkill. Evening spaceship sexuals.
Yes!
Here in Washington State, our commie overlords are trying to shove every gun control and tax bill down our gullets. Is this pre-election madness, or Dems gonna dem?
Well, I mean, they didn't. The blue wave did not materialize in 2018, but they were able to seize some local House seats and what have you. So, you know, whenever history has shown us that whenever they take power, they immediately go right for the gullet. They don't wait because they know, on average, if you look throughout human history, for all we talk about, you know, oh, the future belongs to the Democrats because demography is destiny and all that alarmist horseshit. If you actually look throughout human history or throughout American history, if you were to measure how many times Democrats have won every office in America and compare it to how many times Republicans have won every office in America, Republicans, it would be like 70-30 Republicans over Democrats. Republicans are a much more winning party. Republicans have been in the White House a lot more than Democrats. They've won a lot more Senate seats and House seats than Democrats, just over American history, right? So when they actually get power, they don't wait. If they want to push something, they push it immediately. And you are seeing this in Virginia. This shit about them sitting on their hands and not being able to do things. I mean, look at Obama. Obama was considered a do-nothing president by a lot of Democrats. And yet, what did he do as soon as he took office? He pushed Obamacare. And cost himself, by the way. That was why he really couldn't accomplish anything after that. You know, he did the Green Jobs Initiative, and then he did Obamacare, and after that, he had no more political capital to spend. He was a total lame duck for the rest of his presidency. But they don't wait. They do it immediately, guys.
You had to bring this up, and I have to say it. I've talked about it before, but god damn it, how did he get away with that? You have to vote on it first. You can't read what's in
Maniac goes down! Uh-oh!
You
What a
can't see what's in it. You have to vote it.
That was
first.
Pelosi. That actually wasn't Obama. That was
Really?
Pelosi.
That was her?
That was Pelosi that said that.
Jesus.
Oh, fuck, dude. What is going on here? These motherfuckers.
Tell me,
Okay,
how is that legal?
let's try that again. All right. Here we go.
Anyway,
Well, it's the same thing with fucking impeachment. They did the exact same thing with impeachment. Break it down. What are they saying? We have to impeach him in order to find out if he can be impeached. I mean, that's basically what they are communicating to the American people right now. To find out what his crime is, we have to impeach him. That's where we're at. This is one of the reasons nobody's taken impeachment seriously, and why ratings and viewership and engagement and even discussion of the impeachment is at a shocking low.
James Mercy.
'Cause it's
Seriously,
so
no one is going to
obviously-
say it. Do a barrel roll.
Right? Oh, wait.
Stealth Creations. So Antifa is looking to join the protests. So what are the odds these guys are just
They're not
looking
looking
to
to. They're gonna. They're gonna.
play the protest up to make a mess of it? Of course they are. That's the only thing they do. They're anarchists. That's it. They're there to cause trouble. And of course, who's going to get the blame? Fucking protesters.
Yep. Well,
Autistic accountant.
Yeah, I believe it'll be a Charlottesville situation. Now, whether or not it'll be successful, who knows? One thing that's, you know, in Second Amendment supporters' favor is they've been pretty impressively disciplined thus far with how they've approached this. Just going for the gun sanctuaries thing. They've immediately marshaled support. I also like how I crashed into that guy. And it didn't do... Oh, wait. No, I think it actually killed him. That was ramming speed, so those of you who are saying I should do ramming speed, there you go. Fucking man, they are just unloading on my ass. Son of a bitch! You can't hit me from every angle, for fuck's sake, dude. Ugh! Alright. It's also kind of annoying because your guns follow. I think the mass driver gun actually has kind of an auto target thing on it, so it kind of goes where it wants. Wow, that's nice. None of those.
And autistic accountant.
Hey, Maniac, you want to pull your fucking weight, bud?
You don't have to donate to say this stuff. Just add us on the Discord or send us a message on Facebook. We'll see it. But thank you again for the 10.
This better be the last flight of enemies, because, I mean, what the fuck, dude? The problem with this, you're kind of sandwiched in between. I hate medium fighters. You don't have enough armor or weapons to really just go in guns blazing, but you're not really maneuverable enough to avoid being just a sitting duck. Not my favorite. Dude! And your guns are kind of weak, you know? Come on, you right prick. That's fine. You can just act like it's spitballs I'm shooting at you. It's fine. I can shoot 9 million rounds at you, and you'll just keep flying. That's cool. That's neat. Come on. God damn. God What was that, like 100 rounds? The fuck was that? Nav system is fucking A1 out.
Black Bull. Hey, Razor. I just had my tonsils out yesterday, and hopefully I can stay awake during the stream. Is it possible to relaunch MechWarrior Online without all the microtransactions and new game engine?
No.
I forget. They use the Cry engine for that, don't they?
Yep. Son of a bitch. Okay. Oh, son of a bitch. I can't. Like, I do not have the armor, or frankly, the armaments to take this guy. And I've only got unguided missiles. Cool. At least I think they're unguided. Let's try. Let's try.
One-Eyed Snake 90 says there's a private video on the Film Noir Archives playlist.
Yeah, it's
give a-
bro. It's the Third Man, and I've said a million times, Studio Canal are abusing copyright. There's 100%. There's no video on Film Noir Archive. There's no series I do that is more fair use than Film Noir Archives. You know, it's a pure film criticism. There's not even like that's all it is.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately,
the clips that are used are extremely brief, and I mean, you guys know, you've watched the videos or whatever. Studio Canal are abusing copyright. They have blocked it worldwide. I almost got a strike on my channel over it, in fact. Studio Canal can suck my dick. And by the way, you should tweet at them. You should go ahead and let them know.
politely.
I mean, they've done it. They have now. I have edited it about 10 different ways. And,
politely, no threats, nothing horrible. Like, politely express your opinion.
just
no
complete,
harassing.
Just complete scumbags. Like fucking.
But no, I'm afraid YouTube stopped being for the creators a long time ago.
Oh,
Search for anything, and you get nothing but
dude,
the
Maniac,
Washington-
can you do your fucking job, bro?
the Washington Post, CNN. Like, they stopped being pro-creator a long time ago. YouTube is now a wasteland that you can just... It's for exploiting hardworking creators. If you show a screenshot of something, a studio can claim it.
Yep.
The whole thing and all the revenue. They can just take it. And Google's not going to get away with it.
I guess this guy's running away.
One of these days, they're going to get taken to court over this shit.
Yeah, I've been waiting for a long time for some, like, really powerful creator to finally make the copyright case. You know, because that's been overdue for a long time. It's pretty crazy that it hasn't happened yet, because what they're doing is so illegal. And I understand, like, really it's just YouTube covering their ass, because Viacom sued them a long time ago. Like, I'm keen to that fact. I'm aware it's not entirely YouTube. But these companies YouTube has set up a situation that enables these companies to falsely claim. Who was it recently that was just claiming video game footage that they didn't own? It was like a random Spanish company. This happens all the time, right? I remember there was this random Italian fly-by-night fuckbags who claimed like 1,000 channels just on footage that they absolutely didn't own from a bunch of different video games and whatever. And this is the system that YouTube has set up. It's completely abusable. It's begging to be abused. And Studio Canal in this case are 100% abusing it. There's no argument whatsoever that Film Noir Archives is not fair use. But anyways, if you want to watch that episode, it's on BitChute.
Yep.
The full, unedited, unfucked around with version is on YouTube.
If we could get the mods to link that in the chat, that would be great. But yeah, the popular move these days is you'll have a channel that's been using like copyright-free music as an intro or an outro for like years. Then you'll have this company that just comes out of fucking nowhere, buys up the right to a bunch of music, and then they just retroactively claim everything that music has ever touched.
Okay, so we're clear of the land. Let me get to the front of this fucking behemoth. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
And companies that don't even own shit are the ones that do the claiming, which really that's the one that really pisses me off. Because we talk about a lot of older stuff. We talk about a lot of older, Metal Mythos. A lot of it is 70s and 80s and whatever. And I know, I'm aware of these, bands' histories and so forth, and some of the corporate takeovers and whatnot. And sometimes music will get claimed by companies that don't even own the rights at all. That's the irritating part for me. Jesus. You really got shot up there, sir. Maybe we shouldn't have sent 2 people against 8. Alright, you both handled a dangerous situation well. Thanks, Chief! We were just too much for— Yeah, you really did a lot, asshole. You toasted 4 of their ships, Razor, and Maniac got 1 of their— Really? He got 1? I didn't even catch that. When? 10-1, it was a fucking enemy that I'd already half-dusted. But hey! Alright, sweet. Damn, Spirit is moving up the leaderboards there. Hey there, Razor, can I get you something? How you like flying with Maniac? Oh yeah, he's great. Alright. Chen here. Oh god, Boss Man is Chinese. Of course he fucking is. The most important thing is to keep your eye on your scanner! Major Taggart is correct. First Lieutenant pays special. Oh, First Lieutenant, pay special attention to your scanner. Ah! Scanner will show enemies on the other side of her! Ah, Razor, sit down. Oh my. The Colonel told me we'll fly Escort for several incoming ships soon. Since you're still new to the Tiger's Claw, let me give you a few pointers on escort missions. First, it is better to strike a course parallel to the larger vessel than to try to circle it as it moves toward the destination. Maneuver a little behind and to one side of the larger ship. Yeah, right. Then set your speed to match its pace, usually between— Yeah. Here we go! Alright, let us save. What, no medals for dying a shitload of times and totally fucking up constantly? No. I mean, come on! If the CNN editorial room can fail upwards, so can I. I'm just saying.
So, is Maniac still alive?
No.
Oh.
No, yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay.
I wish that save had gone I wish I hadn't been killed after that, because I would like to play a game where he's dead.
Someone just donated to say, please give channel shout out. No. No. We don't do that. Cuss Mustard says, Hello, Razor Shan. Since you're a big Death Wish fan who isn't what? Oh, okay, you aren't a big Death Wish. Okay, I see what he's saying. What are your views on actual vigilantism? P.S. I got that book Blacklisted by History you recommended. Holy shiitake. How did we let this happen?
It's pretty mind-blowing. And it's a big old tome. I'm sure you're not through it yet, but the deeper you go into the book, it gets crazier and crazier, my man. It gets even crazier. But what are my feelings on actual vigilantism? I mean, I think that is something that has to be case by case, because there are instances where a civilian, to me, has more moral authority than any governmental body or official law enforcement agency, especially law enforcement agencies that are largely do nothing. But those are only specific situations. Like the, who was it Bernie Getz? What's the guy? I think it was Getz. I forget the name of the guy who loosely inspired Death Wish, the guy in New York, who, or actually, I think it might have been the opposite. It might have been just after that it happened. I can't remember, but there was more or less a Death Wish case, the original Death Wish we're talking about, in New York, and they threw the book at the guy. They threw the fucking book at this guy. It was ridiculous. I'm very permissive when it comes to this, and I get people debating me all the time. There was this case in fucking Minnesota I've talked about before where this guy kept getting robbed, and finally just decided he was gonna, like, if it was Thanksgiving or Christmas or something, and he figured, like, every single house on the block was getting robbed. His house had already been robbed, and a bunch of his guns had been taken. So he was like, you know what? If they've got my guns and they keep coming back, I'm just gonna wait here. And if they're here, I'm gonna have a gun, and I'm gonna defend my home. I'm gonna defend myself. And he basically set up a situation where he was gonna kill them. And, you know, people called it a honey trap. They said that it was this. They said that it was that. It's like, how can you call it a honey trap if it had happened like 3 separate times, and the last time they had picked up his guns? Of course he's going to be armed, and of course he's going to be waiting for them, because you'd be crazy fucking not to.
If the fucking police aren't going to help you.
And the cops did nothing. They did absolutely nothing. And if I remember correctly, the guy was like former FBI or something? And they threw the book at this. He got like 2 life sentences or something. He's behind bars. And what they used as evidence for his cold premeditation was that this guy had become paranoid. Like, he had set up recording equipment in his home because he kept getting burglarized so much. You know, like I said, he was former FBI or something, so he knew about setting up a microphone. And so he was sitting down in his basement waiting for them to come down there, and he was muttering to himself as he did it, and the microphone picked it up. And while he was muttering to himself, he was talking through if a situation presented itself where he was going to have to kill them, he was going to, like, what he was going to say to authorities, which, again, if that's evidence of premeditation, you'd be crazy not to think about those kind of eventualities. You're sitting there with a gun in your hands, waiting on possibly being home invaded. Why in the world would you not be thinking about things like that? You'd be fucking batshit insane not to. So, and I've had people on the right argue with me on that, and those people can choke on my fucking dick. They are full of shit. This guy is a fucking hero. He killed them, and by the way, another thing was they wound up being unarmed or something. But the thing is, they walked into his home and went down 2 flights of stairs to get down to him. If that doesn't emphasize deliberation on their part, they broke into his home, and oh man, that kind of thing pisses me off. And that's the kind of vigilanteism. Like, I completely defend that. To me, frankly, even if he had set up a honey pot after 2 or 3 burglaries from the same fucking people, to me, that's fair game. You're now entering a guy's home. Like, I don't even think we need to debate about castle doctrine. Like, you're stealing this guy's firearms. You are presumably equipped with a deadly weapon, and he has to assume that you are, especially when they walk down there in fucking baggy hoodies or whatever. He doesn't know what they have on them. Like, he's not going to have time to verify. And you'd be crazy, too, in any shooting situation. The first thing a cop will tell you is don't fire warning shots. Like, you can't just sit there and assess the situation like crazy. You honestly have to be willing to shoot first. It's just so fucking stupid. Minnesota is just...
It's ridiculous. It's not like
to me.
They didn't just break a window and he started opening fire. They got deep into his house.
Yeah, and ID Network has run a bunch of specials on this. Like, you know, ID Network is a bunch of fucking propaganda a lot of times. And God, the special they ran was just so disgusting. It was such disinformation and nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, what do you need to happen for it to be okay to defend yourself and your property?
The answer is nothing. They want only the government to have the right of force, and that's really what it comes down to.
Robert Bishop says, best space sim with a story. Go.
Best space sim? You know, I like the X-Wing games a lot, so probably one of those. Maybe TIE Fighter? I might go TIE Fighter on it.
And Mr. Deadman just donated to say, those that break in should get what they deserve.
Especially when they're stealing lethal weapons from you. I mean, what do you... How are you not gonna assume they're armed? That's such bullshit. It was like two 16-year-old kids, and they were burglarizing the entire neighborhood. They were complete shitbags. And they were... Keep in mind, this is Thanksgiving. They're on their way to go to Thanksgiving, and they're such pieces of shit that they literally stopped on the way just to break into this guy's house. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And of course, ID Network is like, their family waited for them to arrive, but they never showed. You know what I mean? Like, they're oh!
Aw, mail them to you.
So fucking disgusting. So disgusting. This guy, fucking, to me, the state of Minnesota is an illegitimate state at that point. Once you're sentencing a citizen for doing something like that, I would never be caught dead in Minnesota. Fucking joke of a goddamn state.
Spaghetto says, do you see any chance for our Fed shrinking in the near future? My entire life, the Fed seems to have been expanding, and now even under Trump, power seems to be centralizing. I fear the Fed becoming an ever-present factor of daily life.
I mean, it depends. In some ways, it's been rolled back under Trump, and in other ways, it's been expanded. I mean, I think we all kind of expected that because Trump is not some principled small government libertarian. But he has one of the things he unfortunately rarely gets credit for.
Half-witted, scruffy-looking
One of the things he doesn't get a whole lot of credit for is that policy, which, it must be said, he has largely kept to, where he has said for every new regulation added to the government, two have to be removed. And actually, to this day, he has largely kept to that. So I don't think, if in terms of rolling back regulation, he has weakened the Fed, but I think he's also an authoritarian on issues like, not necessarily military, but maybe a little bit of law enforcement and some other issue. I mean, he's not like a principled, like ANCAP, you know, he's not one of those kind of guys. So you kind of, and we all knew this was baked into the Trump casserole from the very beginning. This is why I didn't support him in the primaries, why he wasn't my first choice for a candidate. But, you know, assessing objectively the formula of, okay, it's either Hillary or Trump, it's pretty easy what side of the fence you fall down on that on, at least if you're not fucking delusional. But I think it could be rolled back? Man, we're so far along, and we've been so far along for a long time. Like, I was listening to, you know, you want to talk about small government libertarians. I was listening to an interview with Ayn Rand in the 60s, and she was already breaking down the ways that our economy and federal government regulates the economy and so forth. And it was crazy to think, like, how far it had gotten even then. It's 1,000 times worse now. That was in the 60s. So I don't see it being rolled back. It's such a long-term, it's been such a long-term concern. But I will say, almost like the crazier things get, the more likely that gets. Because the only reason Trump happened is because the Obama administration went totally off the deep end in the 20-teens. I don't think if Obama hadn't overstepped his mandate, I don't think Trump happens. I did a whole video called How Obama Obliterated Hillary that largely was about that. So if the left keep going crazy, you never know. We might wind up with an actual conservative in office who's actually going to roll back some regulations. Who knows? Cross your fingers. Possible, but unlikely.
Tom Servo's love child. Can we expect a new film The Archives anytime soon?
Yeah, I've already got one pretty much written. The script's basically done, and it's really more of an essay about the history of film noir than it is about a specific film. But I also have a number of films in mind to watch.
Excellent. Gun Griffin. Did you ever play the pinnacle of classic space sims, Free Space 1 and 2? We've actually gotten that question already.
Yeah, a long time ago I played Free Space 1. And I think I actually recommended it on my curator page, if I remember correctly.
Hint, hint. They have the absolute best storylines and immersions of the 90s and early 2000s.
Freelancer was pretty cool. And so Starlancer. Starlancer is so underrated. People still talk about Freelancer, but Starlancer as a game works a little better than Freelancer.
Cuss Mustard just donated to say, sorry for my bad spelling. I blame public schools. I checked out Death Wish after I saw your reviews on them, and they're among my favorite movies now. Godspeed. Oh, excellent. Glad you like them.
Nice.
We worked
Which
really
one's your
hard.
favorite? That's the question.
Yeah.
Over time, I think Death Wish 2 has become my favorite. It's crazy. I remember watching it and thinking, this isn't as good as the first one. And now I think it's actually better in some ways. I think they actually improved on the first Death Wish a little bit with the second one.
Zohan, Razor, did you hear the effing S about the new Picard? He did a whole video on
Did
it.
a whole video on it, my dude. I'm sorry it wasn't sent to your sub feed, but blame YouTube.
Also, Patrick Stewart is...
He is such a Riri. It's so sad.
Oh, sorry, he misspelled this. Also, Patrick Stewart kissing his male co-star? Disgusting. Disgusting! Gun Griffin donates again. Winger, underrated, or got what they deserved?
I mean, I'm not a big Winger fan, but they're, as musicians and songwriters, they're not that bad. Kip Winger was in Alice Cooper's band before he started Winger. So he's got cred. It's not like this guy's just a total poser and tool.
I always thought Kip, despite the subject matter, had a great voice between singing and growling.
Alright, let's see here. I mean, so after Constrictor and Raise Your Fist and Yell, Alice Cooper, like, every couple albums, Alice likes to change things up. Unfortunately, he hasn't done it in a while, which I think is why his recent albums aren't that great. Although the last one was okay. So after Constrictor and Raise Your Fist and Yell, he naturally was like, okay, let's change things up, or whatever. And he basically pushed the guitarist, Kane Roberts, and the bassist, Kip Winger, out of the nest, and basically said, hey guys, you need to start your own solo things. I'll push them. You guys can tour with me if you want, or whatever, but like, I'll even get you guys a deal. And that basically created the solo career of Kane Roberts, which was unfortunately not that successful, which is a shame because some of his albums are really good, and Winger, which was huge, right? And of the two, I prefer Kane Roberts greatly, but for some reason Winger really took off. I think mostly because of the look, honestly, and also the focus on monster ballads. Nice! Maniac kind of pulled his weight there. Oh, am I gonna get promoted? Rayburn, come in. I need to speak with you. Yes, sir.
You've been a bad boy.
The brass have been reviewing a record, and I have good news. The order came in this morning. I've been authorized to promote you. Congratulations, Captain! Oh, Captain, my Captain. Hell yes! Hell yes! can't believe we haven't gotten any of the new alerts. What the fuck?
I mean, you disabled some of the others.
I
right?
did. I actually did, and for some reason, hold on a second. I'm gonna check it again.
Okay.
It's driving me
While
crazy
you're
because
doing
some of them are really good.
The DCV Titan says,
Hold on.
play the SNES Wing Commander game. Can't remember who the crap wingman was that was better to shoot down at the start of missions. It was probably Maniac.
Yeah, probably. Let's see here. That's okay. Yeah.
James Percy Terran, you know that as the Chewbacca of the team, you're never getting the medal you deserve until the death of the franchise, right? Lord Yin, hey Razor, where can I go to learn Japanese?
I learned it in high school. We were lucky enough to have a Japanese teacher at my high school, but even then, he was spread really thin. He was teaching at a bunch of different schools at once. So I wouldn't expect to to have that, you know what I mean? Most colleges, including most junior colleges, will have a Japanese course.
9/11 was an inside job!
So, probably your best bet is going to be college instead of...
Or just watch a lot of anime.
Right! And we know what kind of anime it is for most of these fucking weebs. That's why they're always using Desne. Stop with the Desne! Stop it!
Nice.
Most overused fucking particle on planet Earth. Alright, cool.
Oh, we were just talking about this. Captain Spire, your character's icon name was Blue Hair, which was how they got the name Blair for Mark Hamill live-action game.
Yep.
By the way, the Wing Commander movie sucked.
I thought it was fine.
I liked it too.
It was fine.
Rule asks, Razor, can you use chopsticks?
Yeah.
So can I.
I don't use them exactly correctly. I have a slightly different grip, but it works. It works fine. I've never been able to get, the normal accepted chopstick grip has never completely worked for me. Hey, Razor! A couple of boys from Tactical were in here earlier. They were saying it's getting ugly in on the planet Brimstone 2. Nice proofreading, Chris Roberts. The Kilrathi base's planet side are starting to get desperate. Looks like the furballs are ready to try just about anything. One fellow said it'll all come down to supplies. If they can get enough supply ships past us to the planet, their bases on Brimstone 2 might throw off our blockade. Okay. Hey, I moved past Frenchie. What is her name? Angel. They turned her into random romantic interest in the movie, right? Razor. Colonel says we'll be going after transport soon. Just one thing to remember with big ships. Missiles. Save your missiles for the mothership. Your guns won't even scratch their paint. So when you're out of missiles, it's time to head home. Alright, sweet. Hello, Razor. I'm totally not gonna die. We're expecting to strike a number of Kilrathi supply convoys soon. I was hoping to get some advice from our quiet comrade. Shoot them from behind. Their armor's weak around the engines. Couple of good shots in the pipes, and she blows. Boom. Game over. So that was what, on the capital ships? The supply so we'll be going after a supply convoy or something?
Interesting.
Okay, I'll have to remember that. Get in behind them. Of course, that's usually what you do anyway.
Jason the Unpopular.
Get any more? Of course.
She won't answer the helm. We're locked into the moon's gravitational pull. What do? We die.
I cannot reach the control panel! Alright.
Michael Anderson, have either of you seen Cowboy Bebop? Bebop. I did back in the day. I haven't watched it since, though.
Yeah, I always found it kind of overrated. I got recommended it over and over and over again, and I when I finally sat down and watched it, I wasn't like blown away or anything. But anime are like that. If you don't sit down and watch the whole thing, a lot of times they're slow going. You know,
Yeah,
early on and stuff. You kind of have to commit to sit down and watch the whole fucking thing.
It's Japanese cinema as a whole. It's really slow paced.
Yeah, gingerly paced, shall
Yeah.
we say. Okay. Oh, God. What are we doing
just
here?
the culture.
As you know, people, several warships have arrived in the last 48 hours. Oh, God. Most of these have headed in to besiege Kilrathi bases on Brimstone 2. Under this blockade, the planet is desperate for munitions and supplies. The Empire has dispatched dozens of Dorkir sports, hoping at least a few of them will get past us and into Brimstone 2. Our mission is to make sure they don't get there. Razor, you and Maniac are first up. Fuck. Give me a proper fucking wingman. 4 smaller bogies nearby, so watch out for fairly strong fighter Escort. Colonel quickly assigns the rest of the wings. Yeah.
Oh, Viking says he just picked up a record of Lodos War set on your recommendation.
Yeah! And that's another one. It's kind of slow going at the beginning, but once it gets going, it's pretty boss.
Terrible Flash animation.
Although the introductory episode for that show is pretty good.
I know you hate all Sony consoles, but you have to admit they got the best startup screens.
Yeah, I like the startups. Well, I don't know. I'd put the GameCube pretty high up there.
I mean, yeah, it's so good.
It's pretty great.
It's so good that it's memeable.
I
It's
like, although ever since I've had the PC version of the Duke controller with the little original Xbox startup screen,
Right.
I've warmed to that more. So, you know, kind of underrated.
Dylan Killen Terran make Razor play Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Please. There isn't enough money in the world to persuade me. Mac Daddy Love Train. Inspired by the hero Irby in the last MechWarrior stream, I had to go buy one for myself in MechWarrior Online. Gave it a white, black, and yellow Crusader paint job and dubbed it the Teutonic Trash Can. Urban Mech Master.
Nice.
Oh, you people in your Irbies. I'd buy an Irby plush, though. That should be a thing. Is that a thing?
Oh God, wasn't that something that they promised with MechWarrior 5? It was like one of the stretch goals or something. Am I crazy? It was an urban plushie. Nice. There we go. Didn't have to use my missiles, which is always good. Let's lock on. Stupid lock on doesn't always work.
Second time we've been asked, John Ski says, have you seen 1917 yet? No, he has not seen it. He hasn't had the chance.
No, I'd love to, though. It looks pretty cool. Ah!
Go see it. Do not watch trailers beforehand. Great World War I movie. Yes, we know. We are aware.
And Roger Deakins' cinematography, if I'm not mistaken.
David NS84.
Always a plus.
Greetings, Razor and T-Stutters. Fuck you. More tasteless jokes for free speech. Oh,
Yes!
Jesus. I'm gonna have to proofread these.
Oh, come on!
Oh, I've heard this one. What's the worst thing about breaking up with a Japanese girl?
Oh, no.
You have to drop the bomb twice before she gets to the message. And the second one, it's a one-liner. Pedophiles are fucking immature assholes. Did you have to think about that
For a second.
for a second? Okay.
Oh,
Gafgorian. Why do longtime RPG developers keep adding voice acting when all it ever does is reduce choice, depth, the RP aspect of their games, and add cringe? See Fallout 4. I added that part.
Alright, let's go. Oh, shit. What? Oh, was I still on? I guess I was. Okay. Let's go ahead. Yeah. There we go. Why is there no Disneyland in China?
Wait, there isn't? I thought they opened up one there, didn't they?
No. Why is there no Disneyland in China?
Why?
No one's tall enough to go on the rides. Anyway, let's go ahead. All right. Da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Hamana, hamana, hamana.
There are no alligators to feed children to there.
Right. Ah! That was Disney World.
Tomato.
Right.
Bucket bot. Have you heard about Colt's new pythons having cylinder lockup issues?
Yeah, I saw it on the video that Hickok 45 did. Not a good showing. Not a great show. Colt and Smith & Wesson kind of have similar issues in that they just have quality control problems across the board.
184 years after inventing the revolver, they still have technical difficulties. They must have skipped out on the design somewhere.
Well, and it's not like they lowered the price, so it's not like they were going for a cheaper value model and so they cut stuff out. I mean, it's like $1,500 or something brand new, right? Like, that is way too much to pay for a revolver with quality control issues.
Right.
Way too fucking much.
Oh, what's the name of that revolver that I'd like? That's fucking expensive as hell. It's the Unico 6. I forget the... I'm sure somebody in chat will be able to help me.
Yeah, it's the Unica. The one from Alien Isolation.
Yeah, that one. I forget the maker, though. Matiba, thank you.
Yeah. It's the Rhino is an iteration off of it.
Yeah, the Rhino's made by...
Same guy. Same designer. Oh, we have an ace here, I think.
Yappa. Is that the proper way to pronounce it?
Right.
Yes, I'm aware the Matiba is also in Ghost in the Shell. That's the first place I ever saw it. La Putin machine. I will not move out of the way. I do not make mistakes of that kind.
Damn, dude, this guy. Yeah, we got an ace pilot here, so... The only thing that's annoying is his buddies are still shooting at me while he's refusing to fucking die.
Right.
God damn. Guns recharge quicker. Shit, that's enough. That's enough.
Oh yeah, I just have 2,800 just lying around. No, thank you.
They're so expensive.
I know, it's fucking stupid. And apparently they started, like, a new shipment was made or something that they're able to bring to the US. It's still fucking expensive. Like, god damn, come on.
Alright, that's enough. Okay, I just gotta let my guns recharge here, because this is ridiculous.
When your shields are low, it drains the charge rate of your guns?
That is so stupid.
Why are they on the same battery?
No shit.
Fucking design flaws.
This is not a good ship. Do not care for the medium class.
There's a German company importing 350.
Dude, he has been hit with 3 missiles and he's still alive and kicking.
For less than 300.
What in the fuck is this guy about? Like, what is your ship made out of?
There is no 1911 that is worth $3,400. Come on. What does it get? Like diamonds in the fucking handle or something?
Just obnoxious. How many direct hits do I have to score on this fucking piece of shit? And Maniac doing a bang-up job covering me.
Kilrathi hero ships have double armor? Oh, isn't that nice?
It'd be nice if I got that. I mean, I'm only the hero of the fucking game. Fucking finally. What a cartoon! Alright, that's enough of that. 3 fucking missiles he took up the tailpipe. Fucking clown show. Shut up, Maniac. You haven't fucking offed anyone.
You can get him. You can do it. Justin says Razor I own an aging PS2 and Ace Combat 5 and just replayed it for its ending.
Fuck you.
Have you played the game, and if so, what do you think of it?
Shield generator fixed. Hey, how about that? Ace Combat 5?
Yes.
It's a cool game. It's not my absolute favorite. I like 4 and 6. 7's actually really good too. But okay, here we. Oh, I got some engine issues. That's what's going on.
The cutscene for the final mission got me in the feels.
Okay, here we go.
Soul Bad Greg says, you gotta approach the tiger's claw from the front to land. Thank you.
I know.
You
That was
didn't have to
that was a
donate to
while
say that.
ago, gents.
Mr. Melange donates
Oh,
20. Thank you so much.
I dare. Do I dare? I don't think it's wise. I think it's an optional objective. Let's
Razor,
just-
I'm working on my Terran Mr. Medicare /fic. What's T-Boogie's safe word? Also, when does Maniac join Trump's Space Force?
You just shot an unarmed man. Well, he should have harmed himself.
is a Space Force simulator, isn't it?
Wow, we got that one 3 times
I
already.
know, and we haven't gotten any of the fucking God. I mean, I checked. Should be working. It's lower ones, I think. I think they're set to like 10 or 15 bucks, like not much.
Weird. Alexander.
Whoa.
Alexander the Great.
Whoa, whoa.
Thoughts on Biggie and Whitney Houston getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I heard about that and I was like,
Sounds about right.
the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
It's the bro. That's. Oh God, I think we have another hero pilot. I think.
I mean, I can at least respect Whitney Houston, but I mean,
Yeah,
is
but
it just
what? How is that rock?
Exactly. I'm thinking in my head, okay,
It
just
made
rename it the Music Hall of Fame.
It made sense for artists who have experimented with rock. Michael Jackson has rock songs,
Right.
right? He has, but Whitney Houston doesn't have any fucking rock songs at all.
Apparently,
she might have.
had
She
two.
might have had a guitar in a song one time.
Right.
It's fucking stupid. Are my engines repaired yet? No, they're not. And my fuel is low as fuck.
Wiggles, if you can pick one person to testify in the Senate impeachment trial, who would it be?
Oh, I think that guy's bugging. No? No, he's not.
Did Maniac just die?
I hope so. I hope so. He might have just run away. Get the fuck away from me. Alright, let's try. Oh God, come on, dude! Okay, I may just bug out. This is fucking ridiculous.
I mean, you got the main guy, right?
I got the main guy. Okay, I'll just afterburn the fuck out of here because this is retarded. I mean, the amount of hero ships that I've had to fucking deal with. Okay. What a fucking...
Okay, Jerry says, I highly recommend King's Quest on Steam if you like cinematic puzzle solver games. Also, FF7 PC collection
Okay.
on eBay is a good choice.
Okay, I guess we're gonna find out if Maniac made it back alive. I don't know. He could have ejected. I think if they eject, they're okay. Oh, man. Like, I was doing everything. That's fucking stupid. Alright. Fucking fuck. Glad to see you made it back alive, sir. That makes one of us. Ooh, somebody's missing. Tactical believes the sport was carrying ground-to-space missiles. If they'd gotten to the planet, our losses would have been devastating. Well, let's go over the mission report from your flight recorder. And none for Maniac. And Maniac didn't make it back. What a great wingman. Rip in peace.
Well, that's what happens when you send only 2 people.
Yup. Oh boy. There were at least 2 hero pilots that we were dealing with there. And you saw how much it took to take down 1. That was retarded.
Filipino white boy says, so you saw episode 9, and you, stan Babu?
No, I thought Babu was terrible. A lot of people were like, best Star Wars character ever. The only good thing about the movie. I was like, what? Like, obvious toy tie-in.
Yeah.
I think they intended for Babu Frick to be like the Baby Yoda to save that shitty ailing franchise, and Baby Yoda took off, and Babu is like, people say some nice things about him every now and then, but okay. Yes, sir. We'll be leaving Brimstone soon, and I need you to make some personal changes. Effective immediately following the jump, you'll be reassigned. I need you in Star Slayer Squadron, flying a Raptor-class heavy fighter. Good, I'm glad to hear it. That's all then, Captain. Dismissed. Ooh, medal! I get a medal.
Hope you don't mind if I read over this. Nikolai says, thoughts on the band High on Fire? Okay.
Yeah.
James Percy. Jack Porkins. Movie Bob Shart.
I would actually love to have Porkins on my wing in this game. A daring band of human saboteurs strikes a major Kilrathi base. With the destruction of the installation, the Kilrathi hold on the strategic Brimstone system is broken. Oh, there's an empty chair there. I wonder who was supposed to be sitting there. Yikes. An outbreak of Watson's disease. The colonists here are a proud bunch, and they wanted to call for help. That's bad news. Watson's can wipe out a whole city in just a few weeks. There's no cure yet, but the Confederation's sporting a new vaccine. They say you get it from cutting up bush monkey meat. Kumald? Who the fuck is Kumald? I have no idea. But Maniac, KIA, there we are. And all was right with the world. Night Paladin and some of the others, they must be cat lovers or pacifists. But don't lump me in with that lot, mate. The more kill-raw blood I smell, the nastier I get. Alright.
Anyway, the full donation was James Percy. Jack Porkins, Movie Bob, Shart notification win.
Oh dear. How would we simulate that?
I have no clue. Sketch Stevens. Why do I get taxed?
The problem, of course, is Movie Bob never makes any noise loud enough to wake his mother up in the adjoining room. That's the problem. It's hilarious. He watches videos and he's like, Hello, everybody. I'm Movie Bob. I'm going to talk in a very level tone because my mother is sleeping in the other room. You can clearly hear that he's trying not to wake someone up. It's funny. It's funny. It's funny. And that's been since the very beginning of his show, by the way. Because he'll talk super loud in other videos, right?
Sketch Stevens, why do I get taxed for not having health insurance?
Because that's the only way they were able to push that horse shit through. The real question you should be asking is, why does the Supreme Court think it's okay to require everyone to have health care as long as it's a tax? How did we let the government's ability to tax us get so out of control that we now are able to force everyone to have medical care by passing it off as a tax, which it's not, by the way. And they took the Obamacare mandate away now, so it's not even technically a tax anymore. So what the we live in a world where the Supreme Court upheld Obamacare on the basis that it's a tax, but we have now removed the tax. So what the fuck? This system is so fucked. We are so far afield from what this fucking country was founded on. It is a fucking parody of itself.
Dickbutt, Trump just tweeted out to Virginians, "This is what you get for voting Democrat.
He did.
They'll take your guns away." Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
And I had been wondering when he was going to weigh in on this Virginia situation. He hadn't said much on it, and it's probably the biggest fucking news story right now. To me, anyways.
I'm hoping...
It's bigger, certainly, than fucking the...
Tonight I dine on turtle soup.
It's bigger, certainly, than the glory hole gang fuck that is fucking impeachment.
I'm hoping, now that he has said something about it, whatever they were planning, they'll just stop it. Like, maybe it's getting too much attention and they'll just, you know.
Yeah.
Let's take a few more. Mr. James in Bloomington says, a more apt analogy pertains to whether the situation in Virginia will delve into Waco times 10. Also, where does the Mankind versus Undertaker cell match rank? Pretty high.
It's great. It's perfect wrestling. People say, oh, well, they didn't even get to do that much. And even Mick Foley has said that, which is... It's sad because it kind of exposes the problem with workers and wrestlers is like they have the wrong mindset. Because the whole point of the match is it's telling a story. If the story is two big bumps and a guy muscles through and still does it, which that's absolutely the story that the match is telling. And it was basically, to me, it's just as noteworthy as Austin Bret Hart, where Austin passed out while he was in the sharpshooter with a face full of blood, and so through sheer respect of his determination, he turned babyface after being heel. Well, Mankind was the same way. He had been a heel ever since his debut, and that match almost single-handedly turned him babyface. He had been flirting with it in the weeks before that, but like that match definitively, Mankind could not be a heel anymore after that. It told a story. It told exactly the story it needed to tell. It didn't need a bunch of fucking flips and flops and flying. The two big bumps, which were massively dangerous, one of which was... they claim was an accident. I don't really buy it, because you can actually see the little zip ties that fall down after he falls through the cell. I'm sorry, Mick. You're fucking lying on that. You're still working. That's a bunch of bullshit. Those two big bumps... those are really all the story you need to tell, and everything after that, where he's basically working the match while knocked out. Everything after that is just the icing on top of the cake. So I think it's one of the greatest matches ever, in my opinion. It doesn't need technically to be that great. Also, it should be said, Undertaker broke his ankle in that match.
Yeah.
So not only is Mankind concussed and completely out of it, and has a dislocated shoulder and every other fucking thing, but Undertaker halfway through is the walking wounded. So neither of them could really work by the end of the match.
That's the really painful one to watch, because once you see it, you can't not
Yeah, you
notice
can't
it.
unsee it. It's after Undertaker like drops through the top of the cell and
Yeah.
lands on his foot awkwardly, and it's like, boom, I can see exactly where his ankle was broken.
Yeah.
It's awful.
It's cringe. Ugh. Onision says, Chris Hansen is stalking me. Stop stalking me, Chris Hansen. And no, I will not have a seat. Hold on, I have an underage girl to groom. Be right back.
Oh. Did you chain her up in your basement and love her your way? All right, let's
Hey,
go.
thanks for stopping by, Onision.
Get a tattoo on your face that you apologize.
Stormcrow 900.
He's like, imagine you're about to go to. Now, I will defend Onision on this. I have to say, and I never thought I would have to. Now, look, I have taken the piss out of Onision more than anybody on planet Earth, pretty much, except for maybe Chris Hansen now.
Yeah.
So I don't think I have to defend myself on this subject. I'm not a fan. I think he's a complete unerring douche. But I will say this. There were a lot of people saying things like, well, Chris Hansen showed up to his door and all he had to do was walk out and explain his side, and why didn't he come out and explain his side? It's like, this dude is gonna have to go to court to defend himself against these allegations. The FBI is building a case against him. If he has a brain cell in his head, he's not coming out and saying a single fucking thing. If you're being accused of something this serious, you're just gonna lawyer up and shut up. Like that, you'd be insane to say anything. I don't blame Onision for not walking out, for fuck's sake. It's ridiculous. And I have to say another thing. This is a heel program, because Chris Hansen is full of fucking shit at the same time. Chris Hansen has been cutting bad checks. Like, he's been basically excommunicated from legitimate journalism, and now he's basically doing To Catch a Predator on YouTube because he doesn't really have any other options career-wise. He's sort of persona non grata. So, like, I think it's hilarious. I think the whole thing is funny, and it's great that Onision is being exposed in a way. Although it sounds like it's mostly his wife, husband, whatever, that is mostly the instigator of all this dubious behavior. But there have been a number of instances. There was like a live stream, I don't know, a couple weeks back where he interviewed some chick that's transitioning into a dude who wears like a wig. You know, people probably know what I'm talking about. And they like concealed their identity with like over the course of the interview. I'm just gonna say it. That person was lying. Like, they were just straight up lying. And I think if it were anyone but Onision that they were accusing, they would have said that person's lying. Because they had no details. They said contradictory things over the course of the interview. They were like... Chris Hansen would ask them a question and they would just say yes or no. You know what I mean? Like, there was no detail to what they were saying. It was... I do think some people are pouncing on, and I'll say this and then move on. Anytime Jacqueline Glenn, who is a proven plagiarist and liar, is jumping on a given phenomenon, you gotta turn your bullshit filter on, folks. I think there's truth to these allegations. I think what's happening is his wife is really drawing these women to their home, and then Onision just got really, really comfortable with it and decided to take advantage while skirting the law, as long as they were, air quotes, legal or whatever. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds to me like it's mostly his wife, husband. I don't know what the fuck you would call that.
Whatever.
But yeah, it's a sketchy situation, and it is hilarious.
Stormcrow 900.
Sorry about that momentary rant, but there's a lot of that about that doesn't smell right.
Virginia GOP are a bunch of losers. They've run nothing but never Trumpers for the past couple of years.
Yep, this is what happens when, what Democrats can't do in red states, the Never Trumpers and the McCain wing of the Republican Party will do. And look no further than Arizona. The damage that was done by McCain over the period of time that he was basically running the Arizona GOP, it's going to take so long to undo this damage. We're going to have one really conservative chairperson after another. Luckily, we have Kelly Ward in there right now, which I think she can actually do more good in that position than she could have if she had been elected senator when she ran both times. So we're gonna have to follow her up with someone even better, though, and we're gonna have to keep doing that for year after year after year and slowly reversing that damage. But the amount of damage that was done over the decades that McCain was basically purging the party, I mean, it's fucking nuts, dude. People like the men and women at your back can do a lot more damage than those at your front.
That's why Dems are in charge, he finishes. Howling Fang. Evening, gents. Please explain to all the black-pilled doomers why the world is the best it has ever been in history and why the 2010s weren't shit. God fucking speed.
I mean, really in every appreciable category. If you're talking about lifespan, the sheer amount of wealth in the world, the sheer number of people that are not going hungry, pollution levels in the country in terms of just having, and I don't mean in terms of, you know, oh, we're all going to die of climate change, but I just mean pollution levels in terms of clean water, clean air, all that like, it's more livable, there's more places to live, there's more jobs. Of course, we know about unemployment being around 3%, which you have to add a few percent onto that because of people who have left the workforce or who are fucking milking the welfare tit, but, you know, even that only gets it up to like 5-6%. That's preposterously fucking low, folks. All across the board, it's the best time to be a human being it ever has been. But it's easy to lose sight of that. And there are bad signs on the horizon. That doesn't diminish that there are problems and that those problems are going to bear fruit.
Captain Spire says hit the G key to get linked fire.
Yeah, I did. I like this ship. This is one of my faves. But they really, because this ship is so good, they really amp up the difficulty at that point. Is this an escort mission? Yes, it is. Oh, God.
Bear Squash. After the Dem debates and the fallout between Bernie and Warren, do you think that this is the end of her campaign?
Well, she was already fading. It's not going to help her, for sure. She's going to fade more. I don't know if it's the end of her campaign. You know, we're still a ways away from when they would pick a candidate, but it's definitely not going to do her any favors. I've said for a while, I think Yang is independently wealthy, so he can stay in the race as long as he thinks it's going to benefit him. He doesn't have to drop out immediately. Warren has a little bit of a war chest. She's been taking lots of corporate donations, so she's probably staying. I think the most likely candidate to drop out next, as much as it may break some people's hearts, is Tulsi. Because she's not independently wealthy like Yang is. Or like Steyer, you know, or Klobuchar has managed to hit 4 or 5% in the polls, so she's not dropping out anytime soon. Even though I don't think she has a prayer. So I think Tulsi is probably the most likely of the major candidates to drop out. She also hasn't qualified for the last 2 debates, which is not a good sign.
Well, Kia Lion, I have a question. If black-pilled people think it's hopeless to fix the nation, and so wish it to burn itself to the ground, why is that bad? Wasn't that a belief the Founding Fathers had?
What's that?
I guess to burn it all down and start over?
The Founding Fathers were not accelerationists. They openly opposed the corrupt regime and then built something new from its ashes. You know, accelerationism is intellectual cowardice because it's like trying to have a revolution without actually committing to it. Accelerationism is just pure cowardice. I have no respect for accelerationists.
Alright. Mercenary X. I can tell you I have seen one store closure in my area, and that one is in
Got him!
in Cincinnati, whatever. Everything must go up to 70 and 80% off on new video games and Switch accessories of all things.
I believe it.
It's so bad, they're making amiibos go on sale from $20 to $3. Wow.
Terangel could probably tell you even more about that, but there's a lot of signs on the ground.
It's Miller time.
I mean, not really. That was from... Okay, I can read that one later. Kasakame. My thoughts on... my thoughts on Star Trek Picard. Oh wow, he's my favorite captain. This could be so cool. This could be so awesome. How badly are they going to fuck it up?
I think you have your answer. Oh shit, we got new craft. Kilrathi are breaking out some new toys. There we go. Woo! Man, these guns just eat them up.
Zeep's Body Bag Emporium. Almost every black metal band name checks Bathory when they're asked about their inspirations. Yet for some reason, those bands have no guitar solos, which Bathory has on their most celebrated albums.
That's not true. That's not true. Lots of bands, the best black metal bands, absolutely have guitar solos. Granted, bands like Dark Throne doesn't have a whole lot, although they do now, but that's just because they're aping a bunch of classic metal bands, not really Bathory so much. But like the really good ones, fucking Immortal absolutely have guitar solos. Inquisition have guitar solos. The bands that you can really hear the Bathory influence on, they totally have guitar solos. How do you can spin, can't you? Or is it in the first game you can't spin? I can't remember.
Why got speed and Epstein didn't Kurt Cobain himself. Dorby spends $2 to backseat games saying lead with your shots.
Well, no shit.
Nuts McGillicuddy has a better use of his $2 by saying, try spinning, that's a good trick.
Ah!
Hold button 2 to spin.
Got away pretty clean, sir.
Joy button 2 plus turn left right equals rotate left right. Apparently. Allegedly.
And Knight ripped one. God damn it, Knight.
Stop ripping one in
Bean
space.
Burrito Knight on the Tiger's Claw. Let's see here. Moving up the kill board here. Kumald is it Hunter? I want to say it's Hunter. Razor, you're big news lately. Heard you had to take out some krants last time around. Glad to see you made it back in one piece. Those babies can be tough, but I hear the Jalthi is even tougher. One of those 6 shooters on your tail, you can kiss it goodbye. But I'll bet if you can get low behind a Jalthi, you'll toast it. She's got no rear visibility and a big old bullseye exhaust. Bad design no matter how many guns she's got up front. Just jam a missile up those rear pipes and boom! No more kitty. You heard. Jam a missile from behind upper kitty.
Okay.
Join me, Razor. A knight is poor company, and I fear the need to talk to. We do not consider his people a people in my country.
Talkative.
I have been studying the history and progress of something, and I see that things are going very well for us. To maintain our position, we must be ever diligent, ever alert. We must fight as if there were no tomorrow. For in truth, that is the case. Every day, the Kirathi bring up more troopers. They challenge us harder each time we fly. The very future of humanity rests with us, a heavy burden. Go on! But one we must bear, for if we don't, who will? All right,
Who,
Knight.
I ask you. Who?
Hey, Razor, have a seat. Are you my father? I mean, I've heard some talk lately that burns me up. Someone's saying I'm unsafe to fly with, and that I'm a cat lover. Well, I won't stand for that kind of slander. It's not true. I may not be as high-flying as Hunter, but I get the job done in one piece. But hey, you're not the guy to complain to. After all, we've flown together now. You know you can count on me. It's just a matter of trust. Yeah, you killed exactly one in the last mission. All right. Is that? Oh, Kumald might actually be him. Yeah, I think St. John is Hunter and Casey is Iceman, right?
Gordito Jin donates 20. Thank you so much. Hello, Razor and Terran. Lucky enough to be visiting Phoenix, Arizona in the near future. What do you suggest people should do or see while there? Heart of the Tiger.
Hell yeah. What should you do while you're here?
Yeah.
So are you in Phoenix proper?
He does not specify. He just says Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, you're visiting in winter, so I can't recommend any of the water parks. But there's some cool stuff. Rawhide is pretty cool if you like Old West tourist traps. That's pretty neat. I mean, if you want to go to a theme park, Castles and Coasters is the big one. The big draw for Castles and Coasters to me, though, isn't so much the roller coasters, although they're pretty cool. Castles and Coasters is cool because they have a 2-story arcade with a big circle of old school pinball machines on the floor, and then newer arcade machines on the first floor, and then you have the second floor with all the retro arcade machines. It's really cool, and they're all pretty well maintained. That is boss. Like, it's just an old school arcade, one of the last ones on this planet, so I would recommend that. There's also a few cool arcade bars. The bonus round is pretty cool. It's also right next to a comic book store, which is neat. Cobra Arcade is pretty boss. If you want to go to a pub, George and Dragon is pretty cool. And gosh, I mean, as far as food and shit, gotta hit up Lenny's if you want a good burger at least once. Gotta hit up Lenny's and make sure it's the right one, because they're all different. And for pizza, either if you want Italian pizza, Pizzeria Bianco. And if you want like New York pizza, go to Raphael's or Uncle Tony's. It's gotta be one of those.
Yeah, I'd say that's good.
Yep. Oop.
Inquisitor Jack. Anyone going to the Virginia Lobby Day? Keep on your guard. False flag potential is huge.
Yep.
Keep safe.
Do not react. My advice to anyone going is do not react no matter what happens.
Yeah, don't
Because
start anything.
Because no matter what you do, you'll always be painted in the wrong. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Wear your weapons openly and show them that you can have a weapon and not react. Show them the discipline required to be a gun owner. And do not, in the middle of the storm, don't react at all. Of course, the problem is, if they have crisis actors and so forth, and fake as fuck plants, Richard Spencer-Ian type figures, then they're probably going to be front and center. The cameras are going to be glommed onto them, and they're going to ignore all the people who are peaceably assembling. But that's no excuse for reacting. To be perfectly honest, if they're openly engaging in violence, you have to just stand there. It's ridiculous. It's almost like a Martin Luther King thing. Like, you've got to just take it. Because it's the only way you're not going to come off as the aggressor or the villain in the situation. It's the only way the media will be unable to spin it. So if you're going to go, and I'm not advising people to not go. I actually think people should still go, because they have to know how many people disagree with this law. They really do, even from out of state. They have to know that it won't stand in any other state in the Union. The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther. But they've got to know that. But if you go, you have to be like the most disciplined you've ever been in life. You have to be completely zen. It cannot be a punch-up.
And let's answer a few more, because we're a bit behind before you start the next mission.
Oops, I just did. Sorry. I can actually back out.
But don't take tyranny lying down, he finishes. Lofty Pixels. You don't have to donate to us to just get us to check Twitter. Well, we'll look later, don't worry. Joss Ricketts. How did you like Skyfall? How does it compare to Casino Royale?
I thought it was great. I did think it was a little overlong, a little on the longish side. The last act kind of dragged. They did introduce a lot of like characters and situations and stuff that weren't really alluded to at the beginning of the movie, that just suddenly like popped in like they had always been there, you know, like the groundskeeper guy who apparently, did you know they were gonna approach Sean Connery to be the groundskeeper dude?
That would have been so cool.
Yeah, the only reason they didn't do it is because it's Sean Connery. It would have been a massive distraction, right?
Right.
Because they just would have been like, what the fuck? Like, it's James fucking Bond, you know what I mean? And he totally would have upstaged Daniel Craig. There's just no way.
I could have lived with it.
Oh, man.
It could have only improved the film.
Yeah, but I thought it was great. The cinematography from Roger Deakins is really good. Good intro song, actually. I'm not a big Adele fan, but I thought it was pretty good. Title sequence wasn't quite as good as Quantum of Solace.
Right.
I mean the animation itself.
Yeah, not the song.
Quantum of Solace is not a good movie, but the title sequence is pretty cool looking. It's one of the cooler James Bond title sequences. Total shit song. But,
And he brings up, watched the perfect mood killer Thy Name of Spectre yet? And no, we have not.
Isn't there like a reference to Live and Let Die in that? Like a Baron Samedi kind of reference in that?
Yes,
or
it's
something
at
like
the
that?
beginning.
Because that's my favorite, I think.
I think it takes place during the Day of the Dead.
I really like Live and Let Die. It's a good movie.
But the opening sequence to Spectre is really good. I'm kind of iffy on the song. It's kind of grown on me.
Yeah.
But the opening sequence, like the animation, is really good.
Oh, okay.
You'll see.
I've thought all the intro songs have been like, there have been some that are at least tolerable, but for the most part, the Daniel Craig songs are pretty meh.
Yeah.
They haven't been great the whole era. I know people are big. And look, I like Chris Cornell.
Rest in
Casino
peace.
Royale was okay, I guess, but yeah. Compared to even The World Is Not Enough. Like, to me, The World Is Not Enough is the last great James Bond theme.
Yeah.
Of
Because it sounds like a spy thriller.
It does. It sounds like a spy theme.
Yeah.
And Skyfall was okay, but it didn't sound like... I mean, I guess it did a little bit, but, you know, it just didn't have that magic to it, I guess, that Bondian kind of thing to it.
True. I've noticed since the beginning of this year, YouTube has been way more active in having my autoplay play things like Fox News and SNL when there is videos I'm subscribed to that I haven't seen yet.
They're going for it. They are... Turning into Netflix didn't work out for them. I talked about how that was totally their next play. They tried it. It's a flop. It's not working. And so their next pivot is, well, if we can't be Netflix, then how about we be like quasi-Hulu-ish? How about we be like free Netflix? How about we be that? It'll just be a bunch of establishment bullshit. So and if you think about it from their perspective, it's like kind of starts to make sense because it's less of a headache for them, number one, because they don't have to worry about fucking pressure groups. Oh, you're corrupting the children, and look at all this offensive stuff. You're training terrorists on YouTube and whatnot. So they get to pretend that they're clean in that regard. Shit. Damn. Come on. And plus, a lot of these mainstream companies will literally pay them, you know, for being featured and so forth. So it's like they make more money from that. It's just ridiculous too. You can tell how inorganic it is. And I see people not even calling out a lot of the more blatant algorithm fuckery going on. But some of the more blatant stuff that I notice is like Crowder will come out with a video and it'll be like millions of views, right? But then you'll watch like James Corden. Okay, James Corden's not even a late night host. He's a completely talentless hack. His main fucking shtick right now is hey, I basically make viral videos. You know what I mean? I make viral videos and then I put them on television. That's essentially all he does. He's kind of following the Jimmy Fallon format of like, he's not really writing these segments to be good TV. He's writing these segments to be viral videos. So you can really tell James Corden will have a video that goes hugely viral and it's like 12 million views and blah, 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 blah. But James Corden has like a late show with James Corden account. And every video is like 4K views, 12K views, 20K views. Like, we get more views than James fucking Corden, a guy who's on mainstream television, than 90% of his videos get. And it's only these certain ones that it's like YouTube handpicks to be his big viral sensations. It's just so inorganic, and that is the future of YouTube. What they're doing with James Corden's shitty show, that's what they want to be. All around. They want those shitty, fake, astroturfed, faux viral videos from mainstream television late-night douchebags. That's totally what they want. Nice. Okay.
That's a good one. PC James Bond. His or her Majesty's Secret Service. That's pretty good.
On Zer's Majesty's Secret Service.
One-Eyed Snake 90. One last one for tonight. Have you seen the channel The Critical Drinker? I think you would like his content. Very anti-PC movie reviews.
No.
Mr. Deadman says those that break in should get what they deserve. I think I read that one already. Snuckster, learn to tweak PCs with this game, Rapier Master Race.
Ah, here we go.
I definitely read that one.
Now let's try not to die.
Somebody, what is the consequences of a government that breaks the social contract of an unarmed population? Is there really just nothing?
What do you? I have no idea what he's referring to. You mean that basically says the population has to be unarmed? Well, I mean, look at Europe. It really depends on our reaction. If we let them get away with it, then they get away with it. If we're so entertained by bread and circuses, then they get away with it. If we do nothing, they get away with it. But there have been times, and times in the not too distant past, where we have actually stood up and defended that right. And need I remind you, there have been more measures on a state level to enshrine the right to bear arms than almost anything else in the Constitution of late, and just in the last 10 years. You know, people talk about Arizona being such a massive gun sanctuary, and we are. Like, you don't need any kind of permit at all to carry openly or concealed here in this state. It's maybe the most pro-gun state in the union. And by the way, good luck getting elected here, Mark Kelly, a fucking gun grabber and a fake astronaut. I can't believe he's polling this high in such a pro-gun state, but I don't think he's going to win, personally. But, like, what a lot of people don't realize is that law, the law that allows us to not have a permit and concealed carry, was only passed in 2010. It wasn't even that long ago. This is actually a relatively recent phenomenon. So there's some encouraging news. On a state level, I mean, look at Texas. Texas only passed concealed carry, what, like 2 years ago or something? It was relatively recent. It was like 2016 or 2017. So there's good news too. It's not all negative news on the firearms rights front.
Henry McCormick. Hey Razor, would you consider doing a metal mythos on the roots of heavy metal and the music genres that helped create it? That's not a metal mythos, that is a documentary, my friend.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not a topic I'm hugely interested in. I already talked about it a bit in my Black Sabbath mythos, so it would almost be a redundancy, too. I really hate the cock measuring contest of like, no, this band was the first heavy metal band, or this was the first heavy metal song. I'm always cringe at that. It's a big bugaboo. It's very Sam Dunn, right? Where he was convinced and he bullshitted everybody. Oh, the first heavy metal song ever was fucking Blue Cheer. You know what I mean? Like, when somebody has a narrative to push, they push that narrative. I've never really liked that, personally. To me, heavy metal actually starts a little later. I don't think the more people go back to try and say this is the first heavy metal song or this is the first heavy metal band, to me, the farther back you're going, the more full of shit you are. I actually think there's an argument to be made that not even Black Sabbath is the first heavy metal band. I know that's unpopular, but I think there's a legitimate argument to be made that Judas Priest is the first heavy metal band. Because they're the first band that paired all the elements. They not only had the heavy riffs, they not only had the chugga-chug, but they had the twin guitar solos. They had the screaming vocals. You know, they had the image. They had a complete dedication to heavy metal and regularly used the term. You know what I mean? I actually think you have to go forward, not back, to really talk about the origins of metal. But I understand that's an unpopular take. But all the people who are always, hey, there's this one obscure band that wrote one song 1,000,000 years ago. They're the first heavy metal band, not Black Sabbath. Clickbait, clickbait. Blow it at your ass. Ooh.
Oh. I remember Geezer Butler mentioned he was playing Holst on bass. Or
Yeah.
bass. I was curious how much classical music inspired the genre.
I mean, it inspired a number of Black Sabbath tunes, for sure. Not just that one, but a few others. You know, just in terms of chord progressions and stuff. It did. But, you know, in terms of the influences of Black Sabbath, I think blues would probably be a little bit higher on that list, because they were literally a blues band before they were anything else.
Lofty Pixels. Look, guys, to him and to all of you who do this, you don't have to donate to us to say, hey, check Twitter, check Facebook, check Discord. We will get your messages, okay? You don't have to donate just to point it out. Please. Deathblade. Van Halen Mythos.
By the way, before he has to donate or whatever, I don't know if he has already, but Black Raptor sent me a video on Facebook of his new painted miniatures.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's got like a scarecrow going there.
Nice.
He's got some good stuff. He's up to like in the 80s or something
Of miniatures?
of miniatures. Dude's got
Jesus.
so many miniatures.
You might have a problem.
Bah! That's no problem, sir. That's a feature. That's not a glitch. That's a feature.
Van Halen Mythos? I don't think so.
I'm not a big Van Halen guy.
There you go.
Not that I hate them or anything. They're just not one of my big bands.
Kill that Ralaha before it jumps out.
Oh, is the capital ship gonna jump?
Are you in a position to destroy a capital ship?
Yeah, we already did.
Okay.
Okay.
Stephen Jones, after watching you play this on my next Star Sector playthrough, I'm going to name a fighter carrier captain in your honor. Well, thank you so much. Sorry, that sounded sarcastic. Thank you. That's actually very nice. Stealth Creations. Don't go after the Dorkiers. They're simply engineers and scientists that want opportunity.
Oh, okay.
You see, if you open your arms, or, I mean your bay doors.
God damn it, get out of my way! Night fuck!
See, we need to build a space wall. I've been saying this. It'll keep the cat people out.
Oh, but Trump isn't building the wall. Didn't you hear from Ann Coulter?
Mm-hmm.
100 miles isn't building one. Because it's just replacing fence. What she doesn't tell you is you're replacing fence with the wall. You're not just replacing the fence with a fence. She conveniently leaves that one out.
Primarch Vulcan. Are you a fan of Forgotten Weapons on YouTube? I believe you said in the past that you are. correct?
Yeah.
Ian's channel reminds me of Tales of the Gun on History Channel before they went full retard. Oh. The real Bamboonga.
Well, Tales of the Gun just went away, didn't it? Like, it didn't go full retard, it just went away. Or am I crazy?
I don't know. The real Bamboonga. Don't suppose you'd be up for playing Ultima 7 since you're cracking open the Origin grades.
Ooh, there's a lot of Origin classics I could dig into. I mean, fucking the original System Shock is... Wait, no. That was Looking Glass. Original System Shock was Looking Glass. What was the one that was Origin? What was the classic one that was Origin?
Oh.
The classic, the game that a lot of people confuse with a Looking Glass game, but it's not. Fuck. And I think Origin published a few Looking Glass games too, didn't they?
Bioforge?
I'm trying to remember. You know what? That may actually be it. It may have been that Origin published System Shock 1.
Underworld, Ultima Underworld.
Yeah, and I think Ultima Underworld. Yeah, there you are. It was Ultima Underworld. Yeah, but, well, duh, because it's Ultima Underworld. It's a fucking Ultima game, duh.
Right, Ultima's Origin, EA, whatever. Cloudcorns.
Oh, shit. Is my wingman... Did Knight get dropped? Not Knight. He was actually kind of competent.
Well, you could always reload, right?
Do I want to go through this fucking Vietnamese ball torture again? Do I?
Oh, he bugged out?
I hope so.
Well, you'll find out. Cloudcorns. I'm interested in writing comics, but don't know where to start. I can't draw comics, but wanted to learn about where I can collaborate with an artist or how to build a proper script for a comic. So where would he go to do that?
Don't ask for permission. Just do it, bro. Do it. Write one. And you know, you might have to draw it yourself to start with. And here's the thing, you don't have to be good, okay? Rob Liefeld's not good. No, you don't have to be that good. Look at it this way. And I hate to use Bendis as an example, because he's such a fucking heaving twat now. But Bendis had the right idea. Bendis was just a comic store clerk. That's how he started. He was just a fucking geek at a comic store who was an elitist asshole and whatever. That's how he started. He started out his comics career. He had stories he wanted to tell. So what did he do? He literally made his own comics out of like shitty clip art. He made them in like fucking Photoshop and shit. He can't draw for shit. Like Bendis is one of the worst artists you'll ever see in your life. But he was like, I want to make this comic and there's no other way I can do it. So he just kind of fucked around with stuff until it looked okay, until he had a general idea of like what would be a cool looking comic. And so the result was shit like Goldfish and Torso, right? Like he draws Torso himself, I believe. And the art's not that great, but it tells the story he needs to tell. It's decent storytelling. So if you understand the format of comics visually, even if you're not that great of an artist, you can still get your point across. I say try doing it yourself to start with if you can't find anyone, because if nothing else, you'll get a better feel for how a comic book should be written, because it's not a full panel 1, this happens, panel 2, this happens. I think that's the wrong way to write a comic, personally. I think the most you should have is like occasionally have exact dialogue, but otherwise it should be kind of like this happens on this page, this happens on this page. If you have an idea for a splash or something, like what if it looked like this? It's more of an artistic medium. It's less about writers, in my opinion. They call that the Marvel method, but like it's used by a lot of people now. To me, that's the logical way to make comic books. So I wouldn't worry about that too much.
And thanks for stopping by. The real Bamboonga. Or Strike Commander, maybe? Oh, this is a follow-up. If you'd be up for playing, so Strike Commander. Which one is that? Strike Commander.
I'm just making strafing runs on this guy, and hopefully I'll wear him down enough to kill him. Just hitting my thrusters.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't recall that game. Tyler Preston. Comic books have always been political is such horseshit.
Oh, it really is.
Vince
it really
Vaughn.
is. They got political at certain times in history, and it was usually propagandists who made them political. You know, Denny O'Neil in the 70s with fucking Green Arrow and Green Lantern, and of course during World War II when a lot of commie artists were self-conscious about having supported Hitler during the non-aggression pact with Stalin. Oh shit. Did I run out of fuel? I ran out of fucking... Are you kidding me? I can't... Oh shit. Okay, no. Where is my fuel meter? Well, the fact that I can't see it says I'm probably out.
Can you, like, call for help in that case, or what do you do?
Run?
Oh.
This guy's so close to death, though. It would piss me off to just leave. He's not long for this world.
Fuel is only for afterburner.
Right. That's right. Just kind of duck and weave. Duck and weave. Duck and weave.
Vince Vaughn shaking hands with Trump, and the entire internet goes apeshit. Swamp Thing is canceled after 10 episodes.
What was that? I think I got caught in his engine wash. Son of a bitch. Ugh. Well, it's just as well, because I think Knight got shot down. And I'd rather keep him, because he's all right.
Swamp Thing is canceled after 10 episodes, but Batwoman gets a second season. Fuck this gay Earth.
Occasionally there's justice. Watchmen was just canceled, so there's that.
Swamp Thing was actually pretty good. Primarch Vulcan. A lot of the reasons Colt has been having QC issues over the years is they don't have all the original tooling they used on their classic models, as they have been sold off over the years.
Yep, they're really... It's really like more of just a brand now. You know, it's kind of like an Atari situation. I hate to say it.
That
but it's like,
sucks.
Like Atari technically exists, but not really. And it's a shame, too, because even Atari in its current incarnation has published some pretty cool games. But no one's going to mistake them for the same Atari they were, right? It's not the same company at all. Didn't they they published Fahrenheit, didn't they? Indigo Prophecy or whatever.
Did they publish that?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
I believe they did. I think they also... Didn't they do the original Witcher? I think they did. I think the original Witcher was them. That was before they hooked up with Warner Brothers. So they've done some cool games here and there that have actually sold, but poor.
Yeah,
as hell.
Atari published the game apparently.
Yeah.
Henry McCormick, have you heard that West Virginia is offering to accept any adjacent counties that secede from Virginia?
I'm not understanding what that meant.
If the county secedes, West Virginia will absorb them, and West Virginia will get bigger.
Interesting. I had not heard that. This is the first time hearing of it.
That's kind of cool.
I mean, if Northam persists in this error, the great error that was made here was that an endorsement of Democrats is an endorsement of their entire platform. It's the same mistake George W. Bush made. You know what I mean? Like, Republicans have made this mistake. It's like, oh, well, they elected a bunch of Republicans. Well, they must be for endless war in the Middle East. No, not at all. The people, they just thought you were better than what you were running against. So an endorsement of you is not an endorsement of your entire fucking platform. And this is the problem the Democrats are running into in Virginia is, yeah, Virginia, because of the suburbs, essentially because of cities that are basically a suburb of Washington, D.C., having such high populations because it's cheaper to live there than live in Washington, D.C. for people who commute there. You know, because of that, yeah, a lot of them agree with the Democratic platform. I would not say the majority of them agree necessarily with gun control. And they're learning the difference there. There are blue states where you will never be able to push gun control, as hilarious as that sounds. It's absolutely true.
Porkins donates to say, I've got evidence that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. I'm all right. I'm all right.
Eject! Eject! Porkins! Everyone else's vectors are set. Why aren't yours?
Danny numero 6. Have you ever seen the Stallone Rutger Hauer movie Nighthawks?
Yes. Yes, I have, a long time ago.
Was it good?
Yeah, and Rutger Hauer has talked pretty highly of it, actually.
Lord Banger. My first mech warrior in Battletech, shot in the head by an enemy urban mech, is probably the most pathetic epitaph imaginable.
Well, I think, what was the first game that we played of tabletop? Didn't you, like, wreck my shit with a grasshopper?
I might have. Oh, yeah, I did.
In fairness, I was running a dragon, I think. I think I was running a dragon. It was just a dragon versus a grasshopper over open ground in, like, a desert environment. And he pushed my shit in. Like, it was fucking... But then I got him back. We played another game where I actually got a mauler going on. And then I got my revenge. I forget what you were using. Was it a Mad Cat? I think it was a Mad Cat.
Yeah, it might have been. David NS84. Razor and Teabagger. More tasteless jokes.
What's up?
Okay, I'm proofreading.
Oh my god!
What's burnt and sits at the top of the stairs?
I don't know.
A paraplegic during a house fire. Hear how TG lost his virginity to a retarded girl?
Uh-oh.
He wanted his first time to be special.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Terangel has a lot of issues with sex. Mostly Playboy, Penthouse, and Hustler.
Alejandro Flores Ibarra. Favorite World War I era song or song about World War I?
Oh, man. Maybe It's a Long Way to Tipperary, although that's kind of overplayed. Maybe that. Maybe that. Although there's some cool German ones, but I don't know the translation on a lot of them.
Okay.
So, hold on. I'm going to be right back.
Break time. How is everyone doing tonight? Hope you've been enjoying the game. Need a stretch. Ugh. Mazikeen. Come here, Mazikeen. Hey, kitty. Hey. Sweetheart. Hello. Why is my name in the game? I am everywhere. Oh, she just wants to sit on the couch. God, quit asking. No, we have not seen 1917 yet.
As opposed to Onision, who has seen 1917-year-olds.
I don't know if you guys heard that or not.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard that. Okay.
No, he has not. Neither of us have. For the love of God.
Dabba-dabba-doo.
Continuing with Alejandro's super chat. Mademoiselle from Armentaries
Here we go.
is my answer to the first one, and there's too many for me to list for the second one. Oh, that's fair.
Oh, she's gonna lecture me about some bullshit. Okay.
Tyler Preston. RuPaul is making a TV show, AJ and the Queen, that has a sexualized 10-year-old child as a quote-unquote top. Oh, isn't that great? What in the holy fuck is anyone not calling this pedophilia out? That's pretty fucked.
What?
Hmm?
What? Who specifically?
RuPaul, AJ and the Queen is what it's called, apparently.
Oh, I saw that. Isn't that on Netflix or something?
I don't
or
follow
Hulu?
this shit.
Yeah, that looked a little creepy. This
Not
is
sure.
this is a dude with a young kid.
Diminished Glutes says, who's a bigger weeb, Taryn or Geese Howard? Geese Howard. I mean, he had the whole get up and everything.
I don't know, bro.
What do you mean?
I
I
don't
don't
know, bro.
own shit like that. Don't even say it.
He was trying to get me to borrow his Please Teacher DVD a little earlier. And
Fuck. Jeg says, how would you purge the neocons from the GOP legally? He is very specific about
how would you what?
purge neocons from the GOP.
I mean, really, it starts from the ground up. One of the ways McCain affected the local Arizona party was he just purged all Tea Partiers and Trump supporters from key council positions. I mean, it all starts with the council. Look at what's going on with Virginia. This grassroots insurrection where every county is being declared a sanctuary county. I mean, what are they up to? 90% of all counties in the fucking state? Maybe even higher than that at this point. There's only like 2 or 3 that are even undeclared at this point. But all of that is happening on the council level. So it's really important to get those council positions. And of course, putting pressure on people within the AZG GOP to sort of purge people from those positions. You have to have the right person in charge of the party on a local level. You need to pay attention to who the chairperson of your local party is, because that's where it starts. This country's backwards, folks. Power does not flow, until recently anyways, power does not flow from the federal level to the local level. It flows from the local level to the federal level. So if there's something wrong on a local level, it's going to translate to disorder on a federal and international level. All right. I actually need to see this briefing because I actually missed it the first time. Things have been quiet lately. Too quiet.
You're gonna end up in Japanese hell. A disgrace to your ancestors.
A little late, but
I know, and Spirit's not even flying with me, although she is right there with her little Betty Page bangs. As you can see, there's not much to go on. There's some debris near Nav 1. Could be rocks, could be mines. Stay alert. Oh, as does Nav 3. Make the rounds and return with your reports. So basically just a routine. Oh, so we can retreat. That was my mistake. Woohoo!
I can probably talk over this.
Okay. Oh, this game is cool.
Diminished glutes says,
I mean, it's all, it's aged, obviously, as you can see, but there's still a lot of charm to this game, and it still works. It's difficult, there's teething issues here, but this was the first of its type in a way, because obviously Elite was first, Space Rogue was first, but they were not exactly like this. didn't control quite this way, didn't have the same kind of formula. The fact that they got it this right out of the gate is pretty impressive.
Diminished glutes. Remember to thank Vox Day for inventing escort missions.
Really? What?
I'll take your word for it.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Whoa! Oh, did I just... Oh, that fucking asteroid, like, followed me. That was bullshit. I did a 180-degree turn, and that fucking thing was in front of me the entire time.
Danny numero 6. Do you think that metal is in a better state now than it was in the past decade or the 90s?
I think over the last... Well, I think 2004 is the year it started to rehabilitate, and ever since then, I think it's gotten stronger and stronger. It hasn't necessarily gotten more mainstream. It's maybe even gotten less mainstream. It just kind of depends how you look at it. To be perfectly honest, Iron Maiden have been packing stadiums since the late 70s, early 80s with no radio play at all, and they're like the biggest, maybe the biggest metal band in the world. So, I mean, metal's never been that mainstream, and it's almost like it thrives in spite of it, so it doesn't really matter. Honestly, if it was accepted by the mainstream, that would almost be evidence that its time was nearly up. Because if you look at the history of metal, those have been the times when it's been in most danger of going the fuck away. You know, everyone's kind of fretting over what happens when these older rock stars go away and so forth, and it's like, there's a whole breed of new bands that are gradually getting more and more embroiled in their own sound. Like, if you listen, like, look, Enforcer were called a pastiche when they first started. And now you listen to their most recent album, and they're actually getting a little bit of flack because it's really nothing like that. They've found their own sound, and they're exploring it, and they're going in a more melodic direction and trying some new things. There's no danger of stagnation here. The morons who call these so-called new wave of traditional heavy metal bands, like, the people who call them pastiche are frankly even traditional. I think it's a bit of a misnomer, honestly, the title. I think they're missing the mark. They're not paying close enough attention, because Wolf evolved. You listen to Devil Seed, and it doesn't sound anything like the first Wolf album, necessarily. You listen to the most recent Bullet album, and they've thrown a few new elements into their sound as well. It's you know, these bands evolve because all bands evolve. So I think it's going to be just fine, personally, and you're already seeing some of these bands hit in the mainstream. Like, look at what's going on with Ghost. They went from this sort of underground sensation to packing arenas. They're filling arenas in fucking New York State. What the fuck? They're actually doing headlining arena tours and getting good attendance. I don't know what Eddie Trunk's bugaboo is with that, by the way. He's been trying to consistently downplay that, but the fact that a band like Ghost, you know, this occult hard rock heavy metal band, can pack an arena, he's just being a boomer, in my opinion. I don't think he gets it. I don't think he understands either that there's a lot of bands that are coming up behind Ghost, and that Ghost is just the tip of the spear. Wolf predate Ghost, played shows with Ghost, and I think there's more coming. All right, sweet.
And thank you. That was 20, by the way.
Oh, sweet. Thanks. Much appreciated.
David NS84. Just want to say, whatever the future holds, win or lose, live or die, our country is worth fighting for. God bless America, gents. Wise words. Oh, Alejandro follows up with another donation. I also asked for a favorite song about World War I, so think Motorhead's 1916.
Oh, yeah, 1916 is actually pretty cool.
Iron Maiden's Passchendaele.
I think I might go Red Baron by Eisterth.
And any song from Sabaton's The Great War album.
I mean, yeah, The Great War is great, too. I love the 7 Pillars of Wisdom, 82nd All the Way. There's some great shit. I mean, that whole album kills. That's another band, again from Sweden, part of the new wave. How big are Sabaton getting? Tell me this is gonna go away, guys. And it's not just Ghost, it's Sabaton, it's a little band you may have heard of called Greta Van Fleet. I mean, whatever you think about them, I'm cool with Greta Van Fleet because it's like, okay, more, add more, and there's gonna be even more, guys. This is not going away. Rock is not only not dead, it's about to get pretty big, in my opinion. And I think some of the bands that are gonna get big are you'd be surprised by how heavy they're actually gonna be. Oh shit, were my engines hit? I think they were. Oh, we got a cruiser coming up here? Yeah, okay. I'll try and take it on. If I can't kill it in 1 or 2 big missile hits, then I'll probably give up.
Okay. Tyler Preston, what do I say in response when some smug asshole says, comics have always been political?
You just give him a history lesson, my dude.
Mercenary X, if you want to press...
Oops.
Oh, sorry. I should have finished that other one. What was your most hated video game of 2019? Oh, what was that fucking flop? The big one. That was really memorable, huh? Was Anthem 2019? Really?
No, wasn't it?
I
Oh
thought
yeah,
that was-
2019. Yeah, early 2019. Yeah.
Yeah, it would either be... No, I would say Anthem over Rage 2. Oh, fuck. Don't tell me Fallout 76 was 2019. That had to be 2018. I thought that was winter of 2018, wasn't it?
Okay, I'm out of missiles, so I think I'll just bounce.
Fuck. I can't remember.
Let's get the hell out of here.
I'm right? Yeah, October 2018. Yeah, so that one doesn't count. Anthem. Anthem wins.
Did you even play that at launch?
Hell no.
I think one of the worst games of the year, and I think history will record it as one of the worst games of the year, is that Jedi Fallen Order. I don't think that's going to age well at all. I don't think it's aged well at all already. It's a piece of shit. It's a repetitive, regurgitated, modern AAA game. I mean, in every fucking way. I think we're going to look at that game the same way people look at... Like, heard a whole lot of people talk about Horizon Zero Dawn lately? Or fucking Uncharted, for that matter. Like, it's one of those.
I'm sorry, I have to give it up for...
Dad of Boy.
I have to give it up for Anthem. I've never seen a game fail so hard, so fast. Like,
Well, I mean-
immediately. At least Fallout 76 kind of petered out,
Yeah.
even though, like, it just... Every update was just worse and worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
Anthem just fucking died. Like, it was gone. Mercenary X. If you want to press the name, look up Carlsbad and then look up the town south of it. Also speaking of California, for those of us, we're fighting it's either victory or death, and no in between. Wolverines all the way. Pray for us all. We need all the help.
Okay, Tiger's Claw, request landing. Let's head for the nose.
Are you winning, son?
There we are! Yep, and Knight made it back in one piece. We didn't take out that big cruiser. Came close, but I just didn't have enough payload to do it, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, you did what you could.
A job done, satisfactorily.
Yeah.
Congratulations on a job done. Alright.
Thy Raven Wings. I remember playing this as a kid. One of the first SNES games I ever played. Thanks for the nostalgia trip. God fucking
You have
speed.
no idea how pissed I was. I kept checking this game out from Video Update. Fucking Video Update. It was like an old school competitor to Blockbuster Video. It was really cool. It was one of the first places where you could buy like a membership and get free rentals. Right? Like you would just
Oh, yeah. I
you'd pay a
remember that.
flat fee and then you would get X number of rentals. And I was a big fan of Video Update, and they had a copy of Wing Commander, and I kept renting it. I rented it like 3 times in a row or something. I went back for the 4th time. Someone had stolen it. It wasn't there. Somebody had checked it out, and I'm like, oh god, I'll go back. And I kept checking back for that Wing Commander copy. And I could have bought a fucking Wing Commander by that point. Some motherfucker stole it. Ugh.
Unbelievable.
Son of a bitch.
Mr. James Bloomington. Or Bloggington, actually.
Moving up the kill board.
Call it cowardly accelerationism all you want, but I wouldn't mind it if Sweden quickly becomes a canary in the coal mine to warn the rest of Europe.
Isn't it already?
Yeah, I mean, grenade attacks, for the love of God.
And they're, more importantly, certain key elements of their economy are beginning to collapse, which is as that begins to happen, you're seeing more and more socialists in Sweden push for further regulation of the economy, completely forgetting that in the late 70s and early 80s, Sweden tried outright socialism and was forced to roll back those regulations because it wasn't working. One of the reasons Swedish socialism and socialized medicine, is working at present is because the economy is relatively unregulated and left alone. They had to do it's actually less regulated in a lot of ways than ours is. So the more they do that, I think their thrashings are just going to make the problem worse. There's a lot of really big red flags on the horizon for Sweden, but you could say that of a lot of countries, including ours. Word is we're pulling out soon. Hopefully it's for the Kurosawa system. Also, I heard that one of the Kilrathi aces is flying around these parts. Go
Oh, of
ask
course
Paladin.
they are.
I think he's tangled with him before. Take care of yourself, Razor. Oh, God.
Here we go again.
Am I going to talk to him? Well, now, lad. 'Tis good to see you again. Have a seat and tilt a glass. He suddenly turned Irish. I hear old shot glass rumbling on about one of those Kilrathi aces. Last I heard, laddie, the only ace round these parts was Bachtosh Redclaw. 'Twas back a few years when I had a tussle with him. He's one of their nobles, so it said. While most Kilrathi look at animals as animals, he thinks that we're not even that high or mighty. Anyhow, lad, I was serving on a cruiser when he led a Jalthi attack on her ship. He's easily the deadest aim that Kilra's got to offer. He took out 4 of me mates before we knew what hit us. Keep an eye out for him, lad. He's a tough warrior. All right, Sue.
Samail says, am I the only one who is a bit tired of the demographics our Destiny crowd?
Oh, yeah.
I get their point, but they rarely offer solutions and just complain.
Except accelerationist nonsense. And it's silly, too, because these people are all late to the party. It's like, fucking Pat Buchanan ran on that campaign in 2000. Hell, he was talking about it in the early 90s. He wrote books about it, multiple books. And you guys these fucking Johnny-come-latelys in their fucking prom suits show up, and they suddenly want to run the argument and tell people how they're supposed to act. How about you shut up and sit down, step up to the learning tree, try and actually learn something from the people you're calling fake conservatives?
Combat Bear says, damn it, Razor, when are you going to review Robot Jocks?
I should. It's a good movie.
That's not a bad
It's
idea.
a kick-ass movie.
Mercenary X, I still want to hear your opinion on what I'm assuming this is a mistype. Bill Whittle said
Bill Whittle.
about Star Wars and about the leak script Duel of the Fates.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of it. I didn't hear anything that he said about Duel of the Fates. If he did, I wasn't aware he even had. But I heard some of his thoughts on Star Wars, and actually his thoughts on broader entertainment and why social justice dogma is migrating. It actually echoes a lot of what I've been saying. I know Bill Whittle watches our stuff, so there might be some cross-pollination there. I'm not saying he was inspired by me or anything. It could be the opposite way around, but I like Bill Whittle, and I think his takes, especially on entertainment media, are pretty bang on. To sort of summarize for those who are not aware, Bill Whittle has made the argument, as I have, that really what's happened is that the conventional media outlets that had been basically subsumed by socialist dogma in the 60s, after conservatives largely abandoned Hollywood and the argument, a lot of them are dying because of the advent of things like streaming media and YouTube and so forth. So they're having to migrate to other forms of media. It's one of the reasons the streaming services suddenly went woke to the max in like a 2-3 year period. I think the Trump election was really a fucking wake-up call for a lot of these people. They had been slowly trying to infiltrate these spaces for a while, but I think a lot of them were kind of shrugging, saying, well, we still have CNN, we still have conventional newsprint media, we still have all these establishment forms of entertainment, so we're fine, we're in control. I think they're beginning to realize they're not in control. I think they're beginning to realize that the script has been flipped and the tables have turned, and I think really all of this, as Bill Whittle has said, is really an attempt to migrate to other spaces. He also made this point with regard to video games, and I've gone even further in that connection. I mean, really, the old guard media is on borrowed time. And so they have to push into video games. And the problem is, I think they waited so long, and I think the reason this isn't working and why they're getting blowback and why this generation, this younger generation, people my age and younger, I think the reason they're pushing back so hard is that they're having to move the timetable up so much. It used to be that they would just pepper in a little bit of propaganda at a time. You guys have heard my analogy about sitcoms, right? And sitcoms slowly filtering in first homosexual propaganda and then transsexual propaganda, and however you feel about those particular issues, the technique that was used to make people sort of desensitized to those lifestyles was undoubtedly propagandist. I mean, it was a classic desensitization tactic. Well, normally that's what they would do. It would be slowly, incrementally over the course of decades. I mean, homosexual rights, they were just starting to talk about these things in the 60s or whatever. Decades later, it finally reached full fruition. Now they're on such borrowed time. They waited so long. They're having to push the timetable way the fuck up. They're trying to make this happen in 5 years or less. And I think that's where they're running afoul of the culture. And I think they're exposing themselves. The mask is coming off a little bit because they aren't able to slowly introduce one element at a time. Because one of the advantages of the sort of boiling frog approach to desensitizing people to alternative lifestyles and so forth. Hell, even the term alternative lifestyles is an example of the boiling frog approach. But one of the advantages is, as you introduce one element at a time, when somebody speaks up against it, you can marginalize them by saying, well, it's just one little thing. You know what I mean? You're overreacting. The common reaction is, what an overreaction. Look at how people respond to the whole Greta Thunberg thing. That's an example of the baby steps approach. Oh, look at how mad you are at a little girl, right? They minimize your and reduce your entire counter argument to like a caricature of an aberrant overreaction. Well, they don't have that luxury when they move up the timetable so much that they're just suddenly shoving all kinds of propaganda into entertainment. I think their tactic now is, well, maybe if we just go so over the top that it's everywhere, the people who speak up against it will marginalize themselves by sounding like the old man yelling at the cloud. I think maybe that is what they're hoping will be their saving grace. I don't think it's working. And if you look nationally and at how we're responding, you look at things like the Ricky Gervais episode at the Golden Globes, it's pretty clear it's not really working. It works in some instances under certain favorable circumstances, but I think it as a whole, it's a failed tactic. And unfortunately for them, there's not a whole lot of other tactics available to them at present. I apologize for that long-winded aside, but unfortunately it warranted it. So, but yeah, Bill Whittle talks about all that, and I'm a big fan of it.
We got some catching up to do here. And the fact that politics trumped everything. Yeah, you kind of touched on that.
Yeah.
Also, can we see you do a Free Space 1 and 2 night with the extra missions?
Yeah, I think I have it on Steam. I think I do.
Talking about movies, Ironcaster says, thoughts on Saturn 3 or a possible review? I love Saturn 3. It's a great movie.
No.
Did I see that with you?
No.
Oh, you should watch it. It's really good. Frank Spasato. Hi, Razor. I made a political chart that is more three-dimensional rather than linear. Where can I post it so you can get your opinion on it? Godspeed. You can always reach us through our Discord.
Yeah, you could just post it on the politics forum in our Discord server.
You could always reach us on. We've mentioned this before. Facebook, Twitter, and thank you for joining us tonight. Serpent21, thank you for finally getting to Wing Commander. Have pre-Mark Hamill avatar roast some cats.
Yes!
And don't forget, the Kurosawa 2 mission is broken. Is it?
Is it? It looks like... I think that's what we're doing here, actually, so this is going to be pretty fun.
The Master. Thoughts on Styx? I work their show tonight. Ooh, interesting.
Boomer Rock? I'm not a big Styx fan at all.
Right.
Miss Eve loves Styx and REO Speedwagon and all that shit.
DRT is king. Odds on Northam being tarred and feathered.
You know, it's a shame. I know that's a joke, but like, there's people who have been talking about, could this guy get recalled? And I think under normal circumstances in any other state, he probably would be. I think he's at tremendous risk of being removed from office. I mean, Gray Davis did way less than this and was removed from office in California in 2003.
I tell you, if people get hurt at this thing, you have to remove him from office.
Well, the problem is, I was leading up to talking about their rules for removing a governor for office in Virginia are fucking clown shoes. It's like a 9-step process. And that can't be an accident. Probably there was an unpopular governor in the past, and so they changed the regulations that you need to remove a governor. But it's ridiculous. It's a 9-step process to remove someone from office. So I don't see that happening. I don't think so. I think you're going to have to get him out of office the old-fashioned way.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Robert Harden. Do these ships know how to gun up? Thank you for introducing Deus Ex Mankind Divided to me. Amazing game. You're damn right it is.
It is such an underrated game. Really got way too much stick back when it originally came out. I did a rant called In Defense of Deus Ex Mankind Divided, and I stand by every word. I think it was the best game of that. It was my game of the year, hands down. It wasn't even the game. I don't even think it was represented at all at the Game Awards that year. Right? They just ignored it. I don't even think it was nominated.
It might have gotten a nomination for like music or something.
Maybe RPG.
Something like that. I vaguely recall that it got nominated for something. Mercenary X donates again. Speaking of Twitter, I'm going to send you a picture of a couple of signed comics and tell me what you think. Wing Commander movie was okay, but the cartoon was better, and it had a crossover with Mortal Kombat, Savage Dragon, Street Fighter, if you remember it. I did not know that.
Not the biggest Savage Dragon fan.
Rise Grid Straits? No, I'm not. We're not gonna re-respond to your question. There's a VOD. Just fucking click back, seek backwards, and you'll hear what he had to say about your question, man. Tulsi Gabbard's acne.
What did he ask?
Well, I'd have to go back to his question.
Who was it?
Rescue Straight says, please respond to my question. I was gone. Sorry.
Oh.
We answered your question, dude. Just go back and take a look. Or take a listen. Or check a look. Tulsi Gabbard's Acne. What are your thoughts on...
So he just called my black wingman Monkey Boy. Just
Wow.
saying that.
Wow.
Just throwing that out there.
Racist cats.
Ooh, woo lad.
What are your thoughts on
Ah!
on kawaii metal? I think you're talking about the Japanese metal, baby metal, whatever.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Baby metal? Good music. They can sing a little bit. They're getting a little old to be calling themselves baby, though. What are they like? They're like 25 at this point. Like fucking.
Also, Maddox lost.
Last what?
I don't know.
I don't know what that means.
The Master says, so the love scene in Blade Runner was supposed to be Rick at his lowest. Lost, desperate to feel human again, to love and be loved. But he's forgotten how, which is why he forced himself on Rachel, right?
What are you talking about? I mean, I would say if that's your read on it, I mean that's your read on it. I've always interpreted it as it's like more like almost like a BDSM kind of a thing, because granted she is programmed, but she's not a pleasure model. So she's not programmed to just respond to any advance. So it's not, the old "was it rape" meme, right? Doesn't really apply here because it was reciprocal. So I think it was more of a it's more fun if you slap them around a little kind of a thing. Although now I'm sounding like Onision, so let's stop with that.
Yes, she didn't feel the need to cancel him, so.
Oh my.
Mercenary X.
Oh, hello. All right, bitch. I'm gonna taunt this motherfucker.
You know all this insanity with children.
I
left-
wonder if Terrans would make good slaves, he said. Once again, Black Wingman.
Wow.
I'm just saying. Wow, fucking Red Fox over here. This guy is gonna be a bear in
Raspberry Straits, you didn't have to donate again. You could just go back and look. He says, no worries. I'll ask again now. I know Razor loves Street Fighter 2 HD Remix, but what about Garou, Mark of the Wolves, and
Yeah,
Fist of the
I
North
gave.
Star?
We talked a little bit about. I had played Garou, Mark of the Wolves, either on an emulator or arcade, and wow, what an overpowered hero enemy! What? That was like a 3-hit death.
Well, honestly, we're almost done here. So.
That was a fucking. That was nonsense. What a shit show. But anyways. Yeah, like I was talking about, I had played Garou, Mark of the Wolves on arcade many, many moons ago, but my biggest familiarity with Garou, Mark of the Wolves was in that Capcom Fighters Jam for the Xbox, and I assume PS2 as well, where they included characters from all the different Capcom fighting games, and they included some characters from Garou, which is pretty cool.
And Fist of the North Star, I've seen it. He has not. And how about Ninja Gaiden Black? He didn't ask me.
Fucking hell. Harder than Jesse Jane's tits, but still a cool game.
Yeah.
Cool gameplay.
Where did I leave off? Mercenary X. You know all this insanity with children the left have is going to reach a boiling point that I fear will involve tar feathers and rope with trees. And I think this is why the left is after Trump so badly. He's going after the pedos. The left hate it. Yep. Alejandro Flores Ibarra says.
Which is, I think, one of the reasons they tried to hit Trump on, oh, he might have had a relationship with an underage girl. Like, I think that's why they hit him with that so early on, and nothing panned out from that.
Of course not.
You
It
saw
never did.
nothing. Like, there was no court case, there were no charges, like, the whole thing just went away. Which is ridiculous, because after he's elected president, there would be more incentive to bring that forward, not less. So why would it disappear otherwise? The bullshit about, oh, he paid it off to go away. It's like, come on, with the entire country watching and the entire media in thrall to their accusers, shut the fuck up. It'll make me fucking laugh.
And actually, I asked.
But it's the age-old axiom. They'll always accuse you of what they're guilty of.
Gun Griffin, switch to another wing commander, damn it. It's a bit late for that, man.
We can just do another stream another time of one of the other games.
Absolutely.
I've never played Wing Commander 2 all the way through. I've played, just the beginning or whatever, here and there, but god damn it! Dude, what the fuck is this?
Stealth Creations. Terran, notice how Northam notches newer notices on neatly neo... Is that a fucking word? News boards with negativity nagging network of netherworlders who are nasty 19th century narcissistic nobodies with no nickels? No, I never noticed that. Black Raptor, hey, we were just talking about you. Just got in when you announced you saw my video. By any chance, you saw which mech is painted and which comic character? As
Of
which
course,
comic
he painted one as Judge Dredd.
Nice.
Truck!
Gun Griffin, Somewhere in Time is Maiden's best album.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna argue with you.
Okay.
It's either that or Killers for me. It's one of those. I like them both.
Mercenary X. I thought you said Greta as in how dare you, Greta, at first. It almost made me do a spit take. Almost the same kind I had when I saw this stuff about evidence that Epstein didn't kill himself and Clinton was be hot, and then it just stops. DRT is king. Losers complain.
You
about-
like how that video footage of his first suicide attempt just disappeared?
Yeah, that's crazy how that happened.
Crazy coinkies and dinks all around, folks. Magically. The Epstein suicide. It's magically delicious. Wow, I did all that with half throttle. That's hilarious.
DRT is king. Losers complain about their best. Winners go home and shag the prom queen.
Yes!
Love the work. 2024 will be fun, huh?
Oh, indeed.
Tyler Preston, will you do a Wing Commander retrospective?
What is this bullshit? We got two ace pilots in the same mission? And I don't think I have the option to retreat either. I don't think, Well, I might. I don't know.
See, he
Yeah.
knows how to spin.
There we go. It seems like a neat trick.
Where did I leave off? Oh yeah, Wing Commander retrospective, maybe?
I would love to. It's kind of been on the DL in the plans a little bit since pretty much we started our channel. Remember when we made that master list of all the games we need to review? Wing Commander was on it.
Oh, really?
The very first one.
Whatever happened to that list?
I've still got it.
Good.
I've still got it.
Zohan, so pissed about my sub list not getting updated on YouTube. I have to click through channels every time just to see who's got new stuff posted.
But at least you find the latest Jimmy Fallon videos, right?
Fireheart looks like he or she, I won't assume, might have misspelled something. I think they're trying to get across the thought of, are your pets getting along? So, how are Cicero and Mazikeen getting along?
Much better. Much better.
David NS84. On the mask slipping, I also think each subsequent generation of the left has been more extreme than the last and moved farther from rationality.
No, it's gone up and down a little bit more than that. There were times when they were almost lucid. Like I said, after Stalin's death, when Nikita Khrushchev was basically forced to admit the crimes of the Communist Party and gave that speech, and it was translated into English, it was like the entire American left came within a cunt hair of absolute lucidity. For a moment, they had to admit socialism doesn't work. And because up until recently, Stalin was considered a completely avowed communist, and that was a correct appraisal, by the way. I've said a million times, the argument that Stalin was only in it for himself and it was just about power and his own advantage, total lies. His private writings are available. He argued and argued compellingly for every single compromise he made on the full communist formula, right? Frankly, Stalin could debate circles around a lot of the socialists who claim that he's not a socialist, you know? He was a true fellow traveler, no question. And when you look at the absolute horror show that Russia turned into, it's impossible to escape the fact that that is what communism looks like in practice. That's it. You could have had no more noble or committed steward to the communist ideal in a nation state than Russia at that time. None. And look how it turned out. So I think when that happened, you did have a momentarily, like just a second and a half where everyone could kind of admit, all right, none of that really works, does it? Not so much anymore. Steadily, people just kind of forgot.
Their own propagandizing has made their successors into gibbering madmen with no patience for long-term tactics.
Yeah, I think that has happened more recently. That's definitely true.
Oh.
I think Obama, one of the worst things Obama did to his party was to pay lip service to the far left while not enacting their policies, or being forced to stop short of the purest expression of their policies. That was really the problem with Obama, is for 8 years he paid lip service to all these socialistic policies, and then none of them were really enacted outright because he lost political capital, as I said, after Obamacare. So it was like, it left the far left with this raging hard-on and no vagina to stick it into, really, is basically. So that's what we're dealing with. Their one-inch wonder shoved right in our faces. Hell yeah. I wasted 8 of the fuzzballs and Knight took down 4. Not bad. It was the slave remark, wasn't it?
Razgriz Straits follows up yet again to say, he doesn't know how to look back. It's the red bar at the bottom of the video. You just click it and search around.
Major Raybor.
Unless you're on a phone. Oh god, you're probably on a phone. It's the same thing, though. It should be.
Rapier class. Black Lion Squadron. All right. Now that is the name of a squadron. Human colony on the water planet Hurricane, a Port Headland system. Whoa! Hurricane's planetary defenses head off a last-ditch Kilrathi assault.
What an awful name for a planet.
Right? Shame it's not called Black Hurricane.
And you could probably save and end it here. We've only got a handful left.
Okay.
Stealth Creations. I wonder if Terrans would make good slaves. No, Razor, he isn't making fun of anyone. He is just breaking the fourth wall to solicit Terran. Again. Defends says, Dr. Fist, is there any hope for conservatives here in Cali now that the Newsom will be in power for the foreseeable future?
I mean, you had a Republican governor, at least in theory, relatively recently, but, you know, the problem is getting someone who actually believes in small government to get in power. And honestly, you'd almost have to trick people into doing that. It would have to be someone with huge name recognition, like a Schwarzenegger, you know, somebody... Obviously, Schwarzenegger was not an actual conservative, but you understand, like, that's why he got elected, because he's Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger. So it would have to be something like that, and it would have to be after massive, sweeping discontent with the governor. And I have to say, Newsom is such a gibbering moron, and always has been. He's already stepped in it a number of times. I really feel like he's in danger of getting the Gray Davis treatment if he keeps it up. It wouldn't be long. It wouldn't be but a couple of years before he would really wear out his welcome. So you'll see. But the problem with a recall effort is it has to be well funded. And who knows, maybe California doesn't have a stomach for another recall effort because it wasn't that long since they had one. And for fuck's sake, any recall effort that winds up with Matt Jarbo as one of the candidates, you don't want that. You don't want that. That would leave a bad taste in your mouth. It would taste like rocks in your mouth. Boulders, even.
Razgriz Straits donates again. Boy and Slat is what Greta should have been. By the way, thanks for putting up with my ass hattery.
Godspeed.
Iron Rider, odds of butt giggle beating Warren.
Not very high.
No.
Well, he might wind up higher in the polls than her because she is fading hard. Oh my god, she's fading. But her only saving grace is so is everyone else, right? Biden and Warren are both plummeting at the exact same time. Like I said on my debate live stream, the most recent poll that I saw, and to be fair, I haven't looked at a poll since the debate. There's a good chance this has changed, but the debate I saw right before the debate, or the poll I saw right before the debate, was Biden was somewhere like 15%. And this is a guy who not so long ago was in the 20th percentile. He's really backsliding. Biden's not working out right now. But neither's Bernie, neither's Warren. They're all kind of sliding. It's crazy. The whole field is getting less popular.
And Serpent21, the hero enemy is flying Kilrothy's version of a B-Wing. 6 front-mounted lasers are scary, like Ellen Page's forehead, but moves like Movie Bob on hot days. Grega, way to call Barbara Broccoli a bent. James Bond is a white male, damn it.
For fuck's
You
sake.
think her saying that was just to placate the SJWs?
The only thing I took exception to was the idea that she's the one who gets to decide. You did not write the books, bitch. You didn't. Period. The person who wrote the books and created the character of James Bond, he's the only person who gets to say who James Bond is. And guess what? He already did. He said it in the books. So make movies about that character, because if he's black, there's nothing wrong with a black secret agent. I'd watch the fuck out of a secret agent movie starring Idris Elba. Idris Elba's a fucking stud. I'd watch the shit out of that goddamn movie. But I'm not watching a Bond movie with him, because it's not a James Bond movie. If Idris Elba's cast as James Bond, it's not James Bond. Sorry, because Barbara Broccoli didn't write the fucking books. Ian Fleming did. Make a movie about James Bond. Period.
Yep. Jack the Outcast. Hey, Razor, wish me luck. I'm gonna get the last of my wisdom teeth pulled. I'll be awake for it. God help me.
It's not that rough. I had one pulled. It's not too bad. They deaden the area if you're awake for it. It's actually pretty quick and painless. It's like, I think they had mine out in like 15 minutes. All right. Not too bad. Put on your headphones. That's a life hack. Put on your headphones, listen to some music or a podcast or something. It'll be over before you know it.
Razgaz Straits donates again. He's been very generous tonight. I'm surprised you know of Wing Commander. Might you perhaps know the Dreamcast legend Starlancer?
Of course. I love Starlancer.
Also, Terran, thoughts on Baki or Levius? I don't know what Levius is, but if you mean Baki, do you mean Grappler Baki? If so, it's good. I like it, sure. Debonair Nerd. My local 7-Eleven was robbed. 7-Eleven was an inside job.
It's funny because that literally happened some weeks back. While we were on a live stream, we heard gunshots, and it turned out there was some kind of shootout at a 7-Eleven.
Oh my god.
Which was right by the light rail station!
Yay.
Huzzah!
Mercenary X. I can absolutely confirm that they are trying to recall him already. I've been signed up to that one, and the San Diego deftly, I guess he means definitely, wants him gone in places like Del Mar,
He's stepping in it, man.
which is a
stepping
liberal
away in it.
sanctuary, and they hate him.
Yeah, he's turning off his own audience, and that's where the danger is. I really think he's in serious danger of it. One or two more big missteps, or one really big misstep, and I think you start hearing the rumblings of a recall effort. I really do. Maybe even in mainstream media.
And only a couple more.
Okay.
Bobcat says, does anyone else have... God damn it. Stop moving. Does anyone else think the Guns of Brixton by The Clash is becoming increasingly appropriate given Virginia?
Maybe.
Also, Epstein didn't kill himself.
Kill didn't Epstein himself.
Captain Spire, first live stream, my fave game. Thank you. Good night.
Yes, sir.
And Jim Sterling and Mankini just donated.
Yeah.
Can relate to the stolen game story. Same thing happened to the copy of Perfect Dark at the Video Easy I used to go
Oh,
to.
that's awful, man. The two big games that got stolen. Actually, there were three of them. Oh, man, it made me so mad. Two of them happened at Blockbuster. The other one happened at Video Update. Are you ready for this fucking bullshit? Oh,
Let's
man.
hear it.
So the first one, obviously, was Wing Commander, and that one really hurt because I'd already rented it a bunch of times. Then, actually, I take that back. This was not at Blockbuster. This was at Video Update. Breath of Fire 2.
Oh, no.
Which I had a saved game on. I was like, what the fuck? Fucking Breath of Fire 2 got stolen from Video Update. And then, here's the big one, and this is going to piss off a lot of you motherfuckers. This is like childhood. You're absolutely right there, fucking Viking. It is absolute PTSD. Because I go into Blockbuster, and week after week, I've been hearing about this great game, this great new RPG. Its name, Chrono Trigger.
Oh, no.
And I see it, but I don't have the money for it. So I go back home, and I'm like, Dad, I'm a little kid. I'm like, Dad, can I have money to rent this? Oh, man, this would be great. He's like, yeah, absolutely, son. Here you go. You just have to mow the lawn or whatever. I'm like, okay, excellent. I mow the fuck out of that lawn. I'm ready to go. I go down to the Blockbuster. Gone. I go back a week later. Gone. I go back the week after that. Gone. It was stolen! Chrono Trigger was an inside job! Oh, man, I was pissed.
It
I
was
awful.
stolen that day.
Oh!
Wow.
The childhood rape.
And finally,
Slade, it was me, Razor! It was me all along, Razor! You all bought it! You bought it hook, line, and sinker!
actually, they didn't buy it because he stole it. And finally, left-wing leaning parasite donates $1, but then he doesn't have the guts to say anything because he knows we won't put up with his drivel.
Yes! All right, folks. Thank you for joining us, fellow Wing Commanders. We will return next week with another fantastic RazörFist arcade for Miss Eve, for Mazakine, who is crawling all over my ass, for Cicero, who's whining like a bitch, and Terengel, C. Cicero. I am RazörFist God fucking Speed.